All right. Well, again, good morning to everyone. I know that we'll continue to have people join as we are doing our introductions this morning. But I want to welcome you again to the Joint Early Learning Advisory Council and Provider Supports Subcommittee meeting. We're going to start with a couple of reminders before we get into reviewing of a few documents. And one of the first things that I want to be able to connect people on is the interpretation channels that we will use today. A couple of reasons. One, I just want to thank Austin and Umberto for being here with us over the course of our meeting today. And then also just to give you a reminder that if you, at any point in this meeting today, as a presenter or as a participant, come off mute and are doing a presentation or asking a question, that we remind you to speak slowly so we have the opportunity for our interpreters to do the work that they need to do to be able to make sure that everyone on our meeting today gets all of this good information. So we do have the interpretation instructions on the screen, but for those that maybe don't have access to their screen right now, uh, in order to do interpretation appropriately, please click the interpretation globe icon at the bottom of the screen and then click the language you want to hear. There'll be a couple of options for you after you click that globe icon. And we will have reminders throughout before each one of our sessions today. Uh, to remind people to kind of speak slowly and to remind people that we do have our interpreters with us today. So again, please click on the globe icon at the bottom of your screen and then click the language you want to hear for interpretation. Also, at the end of each one of our sessions today, there will be an opportunity to give feedback on that particular session. And so that'll be another reminder that we'll give everyone at the end of each of our sessions to be able to give that feedback. And those will be open throughout the day. All right, Jessica, I think we can go to our opening question for today. We have a lot of people with us today, and so we're going to do our introductions today via the chat. And so, what I'm hoping everyone can do in the next 3 to 4 minutes is to share your name, where you're located, what role you play, and what is one highlight or win that you are celebrating from this year? And this can be professionally, this can be a personal win that you've had this year. As we kind of get our meeting going today, just want to be able to celebrate all of those great things that people have accomplished either professionally or personally over the course of the last year. So we're going to give 2 or 3 minutes for people to uh, put that information into the chat, and then we will carry on with our meeting. So many great good mornings in the chat already, too. Thank you all for doing that. 2025 has been a year of self-reflection and self-awareness. It's a good one. We are done celebrating being done with potty training for a 3-year-old. I think we can all celebrate that and leaving negative thoughts behind. Tanya is celebrating having a healthy and happy grandbaby. Congratulations, Tanya. That's great. My 1-year-old sleeping through the night. Always a good one. Sandra is celebrating 75th birthday. Happy birthday. A new job for Penny starting in October. Congratulations, Penny. Making level 4 in early achievers. Congrats, Renee, and good budget this year. Knitting gifts for friends. Always nice to be able to spend the time and make those before this holiday season. Oh, now we have a reach level 5 of early achievers. Nice job, Guadalupe. Getting a child through college. Alive and healthy, always a good thing at the end of the year. Jen has college admissions coming in and celebrating those. I know a lot of seniors in high school are experiencing that at the moment. Leadership cohorts. All right, thank you all for providing these great celebrations into our chat this morning. 2 teenage drivers. It's a good one. Older son graduating from college. Ruben, congratulations. And more celebrations with grandchildren. Stephanie with a second ELF grant funded site. Congratulations on that. Capacity waiver approved for Janelle. That's always a great one. Gloria's feeling safe from some of the challenging times that Chelan County has been experiencing lately. And Claire noting that as well. Thank you for putting those in there. I know that a lot of our communities right now are going through some really difficult times over the course of this last week and a half. Thinking of all those that are challenged with that right now, both in their communities personally and also with their work. Reading 50 books this year, celebrating a 1-year anniversary in a new role with the Whatcom Family YMCA, getting all teachers in college. Sylvia, that's a great one. All right. If you haven't had the opportunity to put in our introduction questions today, please feel free to do that as we continue through this first part of our meeting today. And if you have a chance in the chat, feel free to scroll through all of these great wins and celebrations over the course of this last year. So amazing to be able to see all the great things that were accomplished, both professionally and personally. I'm going to throw it over to my provider supports co-chair colleague Katie for the next part of our meeting this morning.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining for the last meeting of the year. I'm so excited. So today we have the committee business. So we are going to be putting up the feedback loop and any of the updates. So we are going to have you guys take a look at it. And if you have questions or want to chat about anything, definitely bring it up, and that we would enjoy any talking points that come from them. So Jessica, if you want to go to the first thing on there, the feedback loop. Are we getting to the feedback loop?
It's in the
In the
chat,
chat.
Katie,
Okay,
the
gotcha.
link to it. Yep.
Gotcha. Perfect. So we'll give you a few minutes to look over that first, and then we'll come back together at about 2 to 3 minutes. All right, any questions that have popped up? I don't see too many in the chat. Uh, Blanco Teo from Walla Walla, though I do want to say 30 years of being a provider. Thank you so much. That's exciting. So if there's no questions, then we'll move on to the agency update document. That'll also come with the Early Childhood Equity Grant Summary. Those will be linked in the chat in both English and Spanish this morning. All right, I don't see any hands up or questions. Let's see. Just another home-based provider in Yakima celebrating and working with children. All right, so I guess we'll move on to the Regional Coalition Updates document. And again, if you have any questions, and Julie, nice that CCB is free and self-paced, very much so. All right, again, no questions. We'll just move right along on to the Regional Coalition updates. And then the last thing would be the action item of the 2026 meeting date survey. There will be a link available emailed after the group meeting today, and it'll be working on those dates for next year. So go ahead and look at this last document. And I don't see any hands up, so nobody has questions this morning. So we'll wait a few minutes and again, see if any questions arise. And if not, we'll move on. So a couple more minutes, guys. All right. Any questions, you guys? That's a lot of information today to check on. I don't see any hands up, so should we move on a little bit early and get going with the meeting? Dave, you want to take it over?
I think we still have the survey to complete, right? Or did I miss that?
The link will go up and then they can take it after the meeting.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
It's
And
okay.
then, yeah, it looks like Victoria had her hand up.
Hi, Victoria with the Peninsula's Early Childhood Coalition. Um, I just wanted to elevate that we
From our joint meeting, Early
we
Learning Advisory Council.
do have an update from the Peninsula's Early Childhood Coalition. But for some reason we keep getting like left out and we have the wrong contact listed on that regional update form. So if I could talk to somebody in the behind the scenes to update that information, that would be great. And also, I'm a little confused about what was supposed to be reviewed this last time because we did regional updates and then it seemed like something was supposed to be shared, but then it wasn't. But maybe that's just me. I just got a little confused.
What thing were you looking to be uh a link? What a link to what were you looking for?
I'm not sure. So
Okay.
we did the regional updates and you asked for questions and then you shared that a survey would be going out, but then said that we were supposed to be reviewing something.
Yeah, so reviewing all the documents that Jessica has put in the chat,
Okay.
and then also a link will be going out to fill out after today's meeting, just
So you were
to
just giving us more time?
yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And then
I
if
thought
you
it
what?
seemed like we were supposed to be waiting for something else to be added to the chat. And so I was
No,
waiting and I was like, I'm confused. But also,
yeah.
yeah.
And
Uh
we'll touch base with you about getting the updates for the region because I know
Excellent.
you and I are in another task force together. So
Yeah, thank you.
yeah, awesome. Glad to have you here today, Victoria. All right. Any more hands up that I'm missing? I'm not seeing anybody. All right, Dave, are you ready for the next part now?
Perhaps I'm going to check in with Nicole to be able to see if all of
Sure.
our panel is here,
Yeah,
because
so
I don't want to jump ahead if we're not ready.
yeah, David, Ruben and I were just having a little chat about that. And I think, if we want to start, we can do that. And then when Tana gets here, we can um, introduce Secretary Sen and have her respond as well. So we're open either way.
Okay. Why don't I'll start kind of the introduction piece and then I think we'll be closer to 9:30 by the time that we get there, but I might just change a couple of the questions order just a little bit to be able to make sure that we're in a good spot. So, um, all right. So, excited to be able to have the DCYF leadership panel with us today. And so that is made up today of DCYF Secretary Tana Sen, the Assistant Secretary of Early Learning. Uh, sorry, yeah, Nicole Rose, the Assistant Secretary of Early Learning, and Ruben Reeves, the Assistant Secretary of the Licensing Division. We are going to have the opportunity to engage in conversation and discussion with the DCYF executive leadership team. Questions had been sent in over the course of the last couple of, I would say, month or so. And all of the questions that we have today came from ELAC and provider supports members. And after looking at all the questions, we ended up today with eight different questions that the panel is going to answer. During the time that the panel is answering the questions, please feel free to put comments and further clarifying questions into the chat. But we won't be answering those questions and things like that in the chat. until all 8 of the questions have been answered. And the reason why is that we'll have about 50 minutes with our panel. And so if we get through all 8 questions, we will have the opportunity to be able to go back and bring forward some of those comments and additional questions that have come through over the course of the answers into the chat. If we end up not having time to get to all of those questions that are in the chat, what we will do is we will have the opportunity to have that feedback and those questions answered to us via email after the meeting is completed. So that'll be what happens. So during this, we won't really have the opportunity to do the hand raising and things like that. So if you do have a comment or additional feedback for those questions, if you can just put your comments into the chat, that is going to be our best way to go. The last thing is just a reminder for our panelists to speak slowly for our interpretation. And if you have not had the opportunity yet to pick an interpretation channel, if you jumped on a little bit later from the start, what you want to do is hover over the globe icon at the bottom of the screen and then click the language you want to hear. Those options will pop up to you when you click on that globe icon, and then our wonderful interpreters, Austin and Umberto, will be able to have that interpretation happening over the course of our day. All right. As we wait for those last couple minutes before 9:30, Jessica, do you think that it makes sense right now just to put the survey link in the chat and people can do that to make sure that our whole panel is here and ready to go?
I believe we're going to wait to do the survey until after the meeting.
Oh, okay.
I do
Well
have
then,
the reflection survey that I can put in so people can save it and have it for after each presentation.
let's do that. And that's just a reminder too that after each one of the presentations, a survey will pop up that you will be able to click on and give feedback for those individual sessions. Get our questions up here. Let me know, Nicole, if you see Secretary Sen pop on here.
I will. I am watching, but we are also okay if
Okay.
you want to have us start. Ruben and I are flexible.
All right. Well, let's do that, and then we'll carry on from there. All right. And so yeah, we're gonna have the nothing on the screen there so we can see faces and all that kind of good stuff as well. So let's start with this question. Can you please share any updates to HB 1648 and the plans for supporting providers so that they can meet their staff qualification requirements? This would be including updates with merit, WAC language, or any other pieces that are connected to the work with HB 1648.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to say good morning to everyone.
Yeah.
And it is so nice to see so many people on the screen. I wish we were in person, but glad to see you all gathered in this collective room. And want to give Ruben a moment if he wants to say hello and welcome as well.
Thanks, Nicole. And yes, very, very nice to see familiar faces. I cannot believe we're ending this year. It seems like yesterday, Nicole and Alice and I were in Olympia this time last year with our combined ELAC and provider support meeting. So glad to be here today. Nicole and I will be here the entire meeting. And so I just thank you for showing up. And I also, Dave, I want to echo kind of what you said earlier too. This has been an incredible week and a half. I know that our own staff in DCYF and also the provider community has been hit in across the Western Washington. So just take care of yourself. I sent an email out to my staff last week. It's take care of yourself and your families and your loved ones, and just appreciate the work that you do every day. So good morning.
Yes, a big thank you for all that you do. And as Ruben said, please do take care of yourselves, and just glad that we can all be in this space together. So now on to the question that you all have asked us about. And we sometimes talk about things and use numbers like everyone knows what we're talking about. And so I want to clarify what House Bill 1648 is. It is a piece of legislation that was really looking at staff qualifications, as Dave noted. And so there has been a lot of work that has happened related to this. And I also want to let you know that this afternoon, you're actually going to get to hear from some of our core team members who are working on this, along with a work group member, to give you some more detailed updates about this. But I'll give you some high-level updates about what's going on. So the staff qualifications work group is meeting monthly, and we've committed to coming to ELAC, provider supports, and IPEL to give regular updates and to bring some of the discussion that's happening, as well as give you all an opportunity to weigh in on some of the decisions that we're making. When we looked at the work group named in the bill, there were about 10 entities, providers, et cetera, that were named in the bill. But we wanted to really think about how we could construct the work group to really further reflect the diversity of Washington's early learning workforce. And so had a process by which people could apply. And we have a wide range of backgrounds, roles, levels of experience with staff qualifications on that work group. And so the first couple of meetings were really spent building some community, making sure that there was an established shared understanding across the group of what they were being asked to do and to weigh in on. And the first big topic that the group is addressing, because there are a variety of things they need to look at, the first big topic is the provider access to the community equivalent, or you might know that as PACE. And that is the community-based equivalent that providers can access to meet the staff qualifications requirements. And we've had members, including providers and some of our contracted partners who are implementing that, provide some, I think, pretty valuable insights into what's working, and to be really honest about some things that we've got an area of improvement on, right? So some things are working really well, and we've got an opportunity to say, how can we make this be more available across the state? What do we really like about what's happening in PACE? And so really having some honest conversation about that and wanting to bring in the lived experience of folks who are participating in that to really help us think through what are the system gaps that might be there that we can really then use to inform recommendations that we hopefully can implement. I think one of the things I want to note, and Ruben and I talk about the staff qualifications work group quite a bit, and are very committed to really thinking about what are some things that we can implement now when the work group makes recommendations. We know that the budget and money is still not great. And so we want to think about what are some of the things that can really streamline and make a difference for providers right now. So internally, we're also looking at the components of House Bill 1648 that extend the timelines and expand eligibility for the experience-based pathway to include center directors, assistant directors, and program supervisors. You might be saying, well, why is it merit updated right now so that as a center director, I can choose that experience-based pathway and have that noted? And the reason for that is the work group is also really weighing in on what counts as experience, how we're looking at that. And so we want to build that out one time And so we're going to wait to have that built out in merit until the work group weighs in there. There are some things, though, that licensing is doing to really support how licensors are supporting providers out in the field. And I'm happy to have Ruben talk a little bit about that as well. I think what I would say is we're just really grateful to the group of providers and others, including state board, who are committing their time to the staff qualifications work group, because hearing from you is really going to help make a better experience for all providers. And we're just, like I said, extremely appreciative of that, and appreciative of our advisory bodies for being a place where we can bring some ideas and get additional feedback as well. Ruben, so I just want to turn to you to see if there are some other pieces you want to add.
Thanks, Nicole. I also just want to echo, we have 20 incredible work group members for 1648 that we're very grateful to have on our team in this partnership. And I look forward to the recommendations and what we can implement sooner than later, right? To Nicole's point, we're looking to see how our budget is in this next year, and so looking some short-term wins, and then see kind of down the road based on those recommendations. So I also want to just recognize what we could do today too. I just sent a memo out to my staff, some practice changes and some flexibility and the timelines and all that regarding 1648. You'll hear later today about kind of collaborative compliance and technical assistance that we're offering our providers, not only with staff qualifications, with other things. So I'm also very much looking forward to the recommendations in changing our WAC around staff qualifications, because I think we can all agree it's a little confusing, right? And so our goal is to make it a little bit more plain talk and have it make sense. So just appreciate our partnership around this, and really looking forward to the results.
And I think, as Ruben is sharing some of that, I think one of the things that we've really talked a lot about is what is the scope of the group, right? And this is really about how do we make the existing things like our stackables? How do we look at our community-based pathways? How do we take what is existing and look at the how of how we do that? This isn't about going in and saying, we're going to completely redo the entire stackables system, right? So just want to be clear about that. Now, some of those things may come up in conversation, and we're going to make sure that we note that and, can include that in some of the reports. But right now, we're really focused on the how. And I also saw that Secretary Sen is here. Good morning, Secretary Sen.
Good morning, everybody. It's so exciting to be back with this group that I to serve on, and to be hearing the conversation about 1648 also makes me so happy, because it was the last piece of legislation that I introduced before I became secretary, and so it's really exciting to see it in action and to talk about it, and to see Senator Wilson on here, who we used to get into so much good trouble with, and I know that we continue to get into good trouble together and with all of you. So really excited to see all of you, and to be here with you, because early learning is just so fundamental and just really it excites me. So I echo Nicole and Ruben's comments about gratitude for those who are participating on the work group, and our goal is to really make it easier to figure out what friggin' you need to do in order to qualify, and to make sure that if you've got that out of state and you got that military experience, that we're truly recognizing you for your experience and your skills, and no matter where you've been working. So just again, thrilled to be here and to be with you all. And thank you for all you do for our kiddos.
Secretary Sin, thank you so much for being with us today. It's so great to be able to have you be a part of this panel. I really appreciate your time.
Absolutely.
Or, yeah, all right. We'll come back around to Secretary Sen here in a moment, but let's kind of, so that we kind of got going on HB 1648, let's move on to working connections childcare. What can families expect from the Working Connections childcare application process, and what steps are being taken to improve the client's experience?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I want to start by actually celebrating some things in the Working Connections childcare space. You know, as I look at Secretary Sen and Senator Wilson and think back to a Fair Start for Kids Act and some of the things that we were really trying to do around increasing access, I just want to say it's working. Uh, when family eligibility, the income limits were increased, we had increases in rates paid to providers. We had a reduction in co-payments. And what we've really seen is that means that more families are able to access high quality care. And we've also seen more providers who are accepting subsidy. So what that equates to in the number of households and children that are being served is this summer, our paid cases reached over 37,000 households, which is almost 64,000 children receiving childcare subsidy. This is the highest it has been in over a decade. What that also means, though, is that during the summer, we have some changes going on. Families are switching from part-time to full-time care. We're maybe implementing new pieces of legislation. And that can mean that our staff are answering phones, working all of the things. And sometimes for families, they had a bit of a longer wait time. And they may have even been in a space where there is something that we call forced disconnect. So they may have gotten disconnected because the phone lines were so full that folks were calling in that they weren't able to get through. I'm happy to say that that has changed, and our average wait time is down, and families should be getting through. So what really happens? I need childcare. I call in. What does that really look like? So the process starts when DCYF receives the application, and about 2/3 of our families apply over the phone. And those callers are going to know the next step that they need to do on day one. Sometimes they might even be approved that day. Families that send in paper applications or apply online have their applications reviewed within a few days during the summer months. During the summer months, it may take up to 14 days, but during this time of year, it's usually done fairly quickly. As I said, when applications are looked at, about 50% of them are finalized on the day it is processed. And sometimes we have to ask for more information to make a decision. So in that case, DCYF will request information from the family and request that it be returned within 10 days. We then process that information when it's received. And so that may take a couple of days as well. So summer months, they're going to be busier, and it's going to take us a bit longer to answer the phone and to process the application. We have really worked on streamlining our procedures with our staff around verifying information within the systems that we have access to as much as possible, because we don't want to have to ask families for additional information if we don't have to. So we're really trying to look at what we have access to and find that. About 66% of our applications and reapplications are being approved. And we are really, thinking about what are the things that we can do to make sure that those families that are eligible for care are getting that care as soon as possible. So we get the application, we work it. If we need more information, we give families 10 days to give us that information. It may take us a few days to work that information as well. And then once you're approved, then a family would go find a provider. And once they find a provider, they would let us know, and then we would authorize that provider. One of the other things that I'll just say that we have to do right now is families actually have to mail or fax the required information. And I know that sounds a little funny to say in 2025, but that's the reality of what is happening. But we're in the process of adding the ability for families to upload documents in what's called their My WA Benefits portal, which is a portal that is used across many of the health and human services agencies that's really meant to be a nice kind of one-stop shop for families. And again, working on the ability to have families upload documents, which I think we all know is a bit more family friendly in this day and age.
Thank you, Nicole. All right, so let's talk a little bit about transitional kindergarten. As options for care continue to expand, including TK, how is DCYF supporting these various options while still providing stability to licensed centers and family home providers who continue to see enrollment fluctuation?
Yeah, and I'm happy to start on this one and would invite Secretary Sen and Ruben if there's anything they want to add here. You know, there are a lot of children who need access to some type of care and early education. And so we really think at DCYF that families should have access to the type of care that they want and that it's high quality and that care is going to often happen in centers, homes, it might happen in schools and other nonprofits. It might be through Head Start. It might be ECAP. It might be Working Connections. And now we do have transition to kindergarten. And so I think we really recognize that it actually takes all of those things, ECAP, Working Connections, transition to kindergarten, private pay, to be able to serve all the families who want to have access to care. So we partner with the Office of Superintendent of Public Instruction. I will say one of the things that, we have put forward as well is something that's called the cost of quality childcare, which really looks at paying for care based on the true cost of care versus the market rate survey. And the reason that's important is when you think about 3s and 4s, that preschool rate is often subsidizing that infant and toddler rate. And the cost of quality childcare would allow us to say, oh, here's what it really costs to care for an infant and toddler, and helps sort of right size that. OSPI during this last legislative session, so Office of Superintendent of Public Instruction, was also tasked with developing a process and plan for prioritizing future expansion of transition to kindergarten. And they will work in partnership with us. And you might say, so why is that important? It's important because we want to look at the places where there is access to care and maybe where there's deserts, and think about how do we expand intentionally in those places. That's certainly what we'll be looking at as we think about ECAP expansion and the opportunity that we have with the Balmer grant to continue to expand ECAP. So we're really trying to think about where is there lack of access? How do we intentionally get access in those spaces? We'll continue to talk about the importance of paying the true cost of care. But then the other piece that's really important in this is coordinated recruitment and enrollment. And so really having folks in communities who can help families find the care that they that's going to best meet their needs.
And I'll just jump in and mention, I want to make sure everybody's also grounded in the fact that there's a pause on TK, right? It's not growing. It's on hold in terms of the growth. So this is really an opportunity for us, for everybody, for the field to kind of adjust, to balance out, to do that coordinated recruitment, to do more recruitment of getting more families understanding that they might be available to participate in ECAP, so that we're not feeling like these are just the only kids that are available or the ones either in TK or in our program, but that we're getting more young people in our areas. And I think, we're really trying to, especially with the Balmer dollars that are promising more thousands more ECAP slots. we're also trying to shift our thinking and hopefully, the community's thinking towards a growth mindset of there's going to be more available funds for ECAP. And I understand that doesn't mean the more available for Working Connections childcare. So I want to just be really make sure that you're aware of that. We know that. But I think some making sure that or having people have the surety that there's 10-year guarantee of those slots will hopefully encourage more folks to be willing to open ECAP because it's a yes, this is going to be here for 10 years. It's not like, well, maybe this year, maybe we'll have to pull it back next year and that it'll fluctuate. But here it is. And we'll be able to work on that because we know there's thousands of kids out there who aren't getting any care. We can talk a little bit about TK if I had my druthers. We would have had a little bit more controls on income and other things, but you know what? Families need care, and sometimes they can't access, that childcare or that ECAP, and they have another kid who's already going to that school, and so it's just convenient for that family to go to the school. And again, we want to make sure that we're serving families and kids. So more kids getting access to early learning wherever they are is best for our kiddos. And sometimes that means it makes it a little bit more challenging for providers, but that's been our goal. But again, that expansion and thinking about the growth mindset of how can we find together more kids, more families who aren't being served and get them into the system, whatever early learning opportunity that looks like and works best for them. But how do we do that together? And I think that's going to be the key moving forward.
Secretary Sen, thank you so much for that answer, and also just to be able to hear what is going to be, coming up in the future. I wonder if you could just spend a couple of minutes talking about your goals and priorities for DCYF that are kind of on the top of your list.
Yeah, thanks. It has just been so wonderful to be secretary of DCYF. I absolutely never thought I would leave the legislature. It was not on my bingo card to go to DCYF. But really, when the governor asked me to step into this role, I was really thinking about, were we going to have, what if it were, he's like, you're going to do a national search if it's not you. And I started thinking about somebody coming from out of the state who's going to have to learn about our systems and our progress and all that we have done together and build these relationships and think about, all of our different environmental things in Washington State. And I was just like, kids and families can't wait. And so here I am. And it has been fabulous. One of the things I loved about the legislature was trying to figure out how to untie knots and solve problems. And that's the view that I'm bringing to DCYF too. There's lots of challenges. There's lots of things that we can improve now internally in implementation, in working together, in doing things through DCYF, and still relying on and knowing we have our amazing colleagues in the legislature who still have these views because we are replaceable, it turns out. So as I look ahead for DCYF, we really are looking at how can we become truly, our motto is together as one. How can we break down silos internally to work better across early learning, child welfare, juvenile rehabilitation to make sure that we are serving families in the best way that we can, and with better outcomes being the goal. I will tell you some breaking news. We are doing a external push come the beginning of 2026. But we have a new mission statement at the organization that, and please don't be mad at Nicole or Ruben for not sharing with you. Like I said, it's only been internal because we didn't want messages to be lost during the holidays. It's not a secret. It's just we're going to do a push the beginning of the year again. So it's just not lost in the holiday messages and people's vacations and things. But our former mission was protect children and strengthen families. And when we're reflecting on the work that we do, it is much broader than that. It is much more complex. It is much more, has much more depth. And we have so many more rich components of what we do. So our new mission statement reads, we work alongside Washington's vulnerable children, youth, and families to foster safety, stability, and better outcomes by strengthening connections, opportunities, and community. We want our mission statement to reflect that we work with you. We rely on you. We are making connections for families so that they have better outcomes. We are not, we're not the saviors coming in. We are making sure families have the resources, the connections, the opportunities. Kids in JR have educational opportunities. They're connected back out with their communities. We're not doing the work for families. We're working alongside them, alongside you to build up their capabilities on how to be a good parent, learning the, mental health, infant mental health skills, right? All of this is about partnership and our combination, our work together for better outcomes for kids and families. And so that is integration of our work. That's integration and recognition of the work and the partnerships that you do, and the role that you play, so that we're really lifting up and highlighting our partnerships, our connections, how it truly takes a village, and that's what we do. And so for me, it's how do we actualize that? We have launched a strategic planning effort that will take, a good 18 months. But for our next 5 years, what are we going to focus on? And what are our, going to be our goals and priorities within that? And so, as we move forward, we're going to move forward with, child-centered and accountability and action-oriented, work that looks at equity and our tribal partners as key components of our work. And so that's really where my emphasis is going to be, is implementing, having a strategic direction that has buy-in from our folks, and working together with you in the community.
Thank you so much, Secretary Center. Really appreciate seeing that vision as we move forward here. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us about that. All right. We're going to move back into a couple of things that are kind of happening on the ground in our provider world at the moment. So let's move to this one for Ruben. So staff have reported being contacted at home by unions or other organizations, sometimes using information shared during licensing or regulatory processes. What measures is DCYF taking to protect staff privacy and prevent personal contact outside of the workplace?
Thanks, Dave. So, DCYF follows, you guys probably heard me this before, but follows records retention standards, outlined in statute, to protect sensitive and confidential information, right? We don't have a lot of control over how unions or other organizations use this contact information, that they, I would assume, obtain from the online childcare check tool, where they ask for a public disclosure request or other resources, right? And as you know, DCYF is mandated by RCCDF requirements to provide the public with consumer-friendly and easily accessible website to help parents make informed choices for locating and choosing childcare. So that, as you know, consists of location and contact information of providers searchable by zip codes and early achievers ratings, if applicable, and results of monitoring and inspection visits, health and safety records showing compliance and non-compliance, and general information. So I have not heard this come up before, but happy to chat about it a little bit more. But like I said, DCYF doesn't have a lot of control of how unions or other organizations may use this information.
And one of the things I'll add to what Ruben is saying is, when you go in Merit, there is a little pop-up that talks about our privacy policy, but we really heard from folks that we needed to think about how that could be a little bit more prominent and folks really understand what they're putting in there. And so we're working on some enhancements in Merit that has a more prominent view of the privacy policy and providing a link there, as well as some longer term goals around adding a link to that activation email when Merit registration is sent. But as Ruben said, these are public records laws that DCYF is following.
So let's stay with that privacy theme for a moment. How does DCYF ensure that licensing or other regulatory contacts respect staff privacy and only engage with staff during work hours rather than at home or outside of their scheduled shifts for licensing or regulatory matters? What policies or guidance exist to ensure staff are compensated for their time and that their personal information is not shared without consent?
Yeah, I mean, I would hope for the most part, licensors and our CPS investigators are contacting providers during the day, during business hours, and staff are processing license complaints or doing LD CPS investigations. May reach out to contact staff outside the workplace if needed. If they go to providers or center and maybe they're not working that day, the intent of this is to provide an opportunity for those to share their perspectives without causing impact to operations or to protect the safety of children I would hope this happens on a rare occasion. Unfortunately, DCYF does not compensate for time to interview, mandated reporters when there's an allegation of a licensing violation or child abuse and neglect. But I would, like I said, I would hope that they would do this during the day. And this is definitely in rare occasions, but at the same time, we need to get the information we need. Like I said, if it's a license complaint investigation or a CPS complaint.
Thank you, Ruben.
But it's something that I can share with my staff for sure. Like I said, this is not, my knowledge has not come up before, so I plan to bring this up in the next leadership meeting as well.
Thank you, Ruben. All right, Nicole, the financial strain on licensed childcare programs continues to grow. Is DCYF exploring any long-term strategies to help support and stabilize providers as costs increase?
Yeah, and this really goes back to some of the work that has happened here at ELAC and provider supports, as well as some approval that we received from the feds at the Administration for Children and Families. I talked a little bit before about childcare subsidy rates being based at this point in time on the market rate survey. And we received approval from the Administration of Children and Families to move to a different methodology, which is about paying on the cost of quality care. And we worked with the early educator design team to really think about what that cost of quality care rate looked like and that it takes into consideration living wages for providers. And I want to acknowledge that's for providers that accept subsidy. But it does take into consideration living wages, benefits, and some of those pieces. So we have that rate model set up and ready to go. And it's a long-term strategy that we have to try and get to that rate. And in fact, Fair Start for Kids Act really said we needed to be contemplating that rate and have that model available. So one piece is, let's try to keep moving towards that cost of quality care rate model. The second thing that we have is we do have a suite of grants, enhancements, and incentives. Some of that was reduced during last legislative session, but there are the complex needs funds, the equity grants that are available. And so those are the things that we have available at this point in time. But I think a longer term goal is how do we continue to increase the subsidy income eligibility limits, move to the cost of quality care model, and get to a space where that families, really all families, are paying no more than 7% and providers have access to a living wage and benefits. And we want to keep talking about that, but we also have to acknowledge the budget reality of where we're at.
Thank you, Nicole. All right. Ruben, how can we make the interpretation of the WAC more uniform and consistent?
Hey, Ruben, before you guys
Oh,
you
sorry.
answer
Yep.
that question, I just want to add one quick story that I heard about that I was really heartened by, and partly I'm looking, and so this is spread this for me in the chat. So last year, during one of the slower months, which again, there's not many slow months in Working Connections Child Care Call Center, but in one of the slower months, the Working Connections verification team went back and looked at all the people who were denied, who didn't qualify for the subsidy, and they called them all. And they ended up connecting about 20% of them with ECAP because they qualified for ECAP and not for Working Connections. So they were proactively reaching out to those families to help connect them to early learning that they didn't even know that they were eligible for. And so that was both just, I was so excited to hear that customer service focus, we're going to be looking, especially as we have, again, more ECAP slots coming because of the Balmer commitment, how we can do that on a more regular basis. But that was just, something that I just wanted to share with you because our workers care so much about the families and they want people to be connected to as much early learning as possible. And so again, sometimes people don't qualify for Working Connections, but sometimes they qualify for ECAP. And as we go forward, we're going to really be trying to make sure that's a little bit more streamlined on all those ends. But just wanted to share that story with you all.
Thank you, Secretary Sen.
Thanks, Secretary
Appreciate
Sen.
that. Yep. All right, Ruben, can we talk a little bit about the WACs and how can we make the interpretation of the WAC more uniform and consistent?
Yeah, thanks, Dave. And this has definitely come up for many, many years, as you know. So as some of you know, this was actually before my time, but, for I think it took like 5 years, right, on the negotiator rulemaking process for our child care WACs. And this involved bringing community partners together with the state, with us, to come to a consensus on language to support all impacted parties. And I know that was a long time ago. And there's probably some members of ELAC and provider support that were also experienced that process as well. So licensing, is always trying to work to improve and refine how our WACs are written with intent to provide clarity, right, and how we apply those rules. when reviewing WAC for changes, licensing is considering how it's written to provide more flexibility and equity in meeting the intent of the rule and really support the more clarity. You're going to hear really excited to kind of share our collaborative compliance using strength-based approach, and that's what we're trying to create a culture across the entire licensing division, not just in childcare, but also with our group care providers and our foster and kinship care is using that collaborative compliance approach. Secretary Sen talked about our mission statements and how that's different from before, right? And it's like we work alongside you guys, right, to ensure children are safe and children are receiving high quality care. The state's not there 24/7, so using that strength-based approach and collaborative compliance is the direction we're going, and excited to share that in a little bit. Our licensors, we have our onboarding boot camp for new licensors of the WACs and how we interpret the WACs. We try to be consistent across the state, but with 87 licensors, sometimes that's not as easy as we want, right? And so it's important that we communicate with our supervisors and our area administrators to make sure we're consistent how we interpret WACs and how we're enforcing those and providing that collaborative compliance strength-based approach. So I know we have a ways to go, but just know that we are constantly working on that.
Thank you, Ruben. I really, really appreciate it. As we do have a few extra minutes here, and really happy that our panel has been with us today. And as we've been going back through the chat, there's been a couple of kind of larger themes that have kind of popped up. And I just want to remind everybody again, thank you for putting your comments into the chat. Because the group will review all of the questions and get information out to you on questions that might not be answered today. But I'm going to toss it back to Nicole right now to talk a little bit more about the privacy piece that has been coming up in the chat kind of throughout our conversation today.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to acknowledge that it is so easy to find information these days. And I think that's part of what we're seeing with this. And so want to share a couple of things. So one, as a state agency, DCYF is subject to the Public Records Act, and we have to share those records when they're requested. If specific information is protected by law, we remove or redact those personal details before releasing it. You cannot opt out of sharing your personal information. There is no opt out. The information that can be shared is first name, last name, city, zip code, job title. And so I just want to acknowledge, once you have that piece of information, it can be fairly easy then to find other folks. And we don't have control over that once that information goes out there. So it is an actual RCW related to public records that says we have to share that information. What DCYF is trying to do is to make that privacy notice and some of those things in places where providers are going to see that, so they are aware of that when they're entering their information in places. And as Ruben also shared, there are some pieces that we're required to share about licensed providers as well for the Child Care Development Fund. So DCYF is following the laws. We take privacy and safety very seriously. And this is a space, I think, if there are things that you all want to do related to that, you would need to take a look at the revised Code of Washington or the law.
Thank you, Nicole. Do we also want to just another one of the themes that was popping up in the chat quite often was about the lack of income requirement for transitional kindergarten. And we have some programs that are experiencing high income families that are moving into different programs outside of our providers that are here today.
Yeah, and I think that I put the link in the chat, and if I didn't, I'm going to go back and do that around the transition to kindergarten Washington Administrative Code or rules that talks about student eligibility. And you know, one of the things to note about transition to kindergarten is that there are the rules that the Office of Superintendent of Public Instruction puts out. And then each school district can implement within those rules as they're rolling out their transition to kindergarten. And so, you know, they should be giving priority to children most in need of additional preparation, giving priority to children with the lowest family income, not otherwise eligible and not enrolled in another program. And then there are a couple of other criteria. And they also cannot charge tuition or other fees from state-funded eligible students. So I think, you know, the theme is there are more early learning options available out there. This is why coordinated recruitment and enrollment becomes really important. We want to make sure families know and understand what their options are. And then ultimately that families make the choice of where they want to send their children. So there isn't a specific income criteria, but it does talk about serving families from the lowest incomes.
So thank you, Nicole. Ruben, there was another theme that I saw early on in one of the questions that you were answering as well about how licensors are working with the kind of we'll call it the in-between right now of the House Bill 1648. And when coming to do their monitoring visits, there seems to be some conversations that are happening around compliance for staff and how would providers, maybe those that aren't as familiar with the WAC, be able to have good conversations with their licensors to be able to make sure that they're not faced with a compliance issue that's kind of caught in this in-between work right now in the transition with the House bill.
Yeah, I think I saw that. I think Lois had asked that question too. So we recently had a training for our staff that they're not supposed to cite for staff qualifications right now. So if you are cited for staff qualifications, that please call the supervisor or the area administrator. That could be an opportunity to talk with our licensors, but just want to let you know that we're not citing for staff qualifications right now. You know, we're working alongside, you know, our early achievers folks to understand, you know, and support providers in keeping merit up to date, but should not be holding providers to the past, right? And so please let us know if that's happening right now.
Thank you, Ruben. And Nicole, kind of after your last question, it seems like there's kind of a conversation about who would lead a change to the RCW if is that advocacy groups? Is it something that DCYF is interested in looking at? Is it providers? That would be in terms of the privacy pieces.
So what I'll say is for this legislative session, this is not something that DCYF can introduce. We're past our ability to do agency request legislation. I will note that there are some providers who have brought this up at the governor level. And so I think that it's really likely something, because this is a state-wide Public Records Act, that providers may want to move forward. But also we have Secretary Sen here, and so don't want to speak on her behalf around what the agency may or may not do here.
Yeah, as you probably all know, public records reform is very difficult in our state and not likely to be something that DCYF puts forward. And so I think it would be something that would have to come from others. It just know it's a very, very tough lift. So again, not something that um, is likely to change.
Thank you, Secretary. Um, oh, sorry. Senator Wilson, I saw your hand raised.
I just wanted to say clearly the agency can't do anything, but I would say to providers and individuals to please feel free to reach out to your individual legislators in your communities to share your concern, especially right now as we're thinking about data privacy and all that that means from a federal level. So I know these folks on the screen are sitting as representatives of DCYF and also of the executive branch. And I'm sitting as a senator that can say to you, we're deeply concerned. So it is PDC, it is around disclosure, but there may also be some things that individuals may not have thought about that wouldn't necessarily even come from the agency, but would come from individuals that potentially might be impacted. So just wanted to put that out there and say, I'm taking care of my friends on the screen here, and I'll be the one to say, worthy of reaching out, but best done to the folks that are closest to you, that know you, and know the communities from where you come. Thanks for letting me step in.
Thank you, Senator Wilson. I really appreciate it. And Susan also wrote a note in the chat that the Washington Child Care Centers Association raised this concern with the governor's office and is working on legislation as well. So thank you, Susan, for putting that in the chat as well. In our remaining just couple of minutes, I just wanted to open the floor back up to Nicole and Ruben and Secretary Sen just for if they had any kind of final things that they'd like to share with the provider community. I just want to be able to take a moment to share that we really thank you for your time with us today and for the opportunity to be able to have these questions that both ELAC and provider supports folks put forward and to be able to put together such kind of thoughtful answers to those questions. So thank you so much for taking the time to do that. And I just want to open the floor to you for any other kind of last thoughts or comments that you'd like to share with the group.
Again, just thank you all for the work that you do for kids and families, for being so engaged. Really, excited to continue to work with you. And this is truly a partnership, and we see it that way. And so just great, lots of gratitude for all that you do for our future adults, our future workforce, our kiddos, working with our families. Thank you. Creating a love of learning, all of it. Thank you.
I just want to echo Secretary Sens. I just really appreciate each and every one of our provider communities. Licensing Division works alongside about 13,000 providers who care for children when they're not with their parents or guardians. And you guys heard me say this before. It is a partnership, and our job, our licensor job, is to regulate. And I don't like using that word, but our job is to make sure our providers are adhering to the WACs and the rules to ensure kids are safe and they're receiving high quality care. How we do that, though, guys, is so important. Our partnership, working alongside providers, not us versus them. You heard me say that before, right? And it is a true partnership. And that's the culture that I'm trying to create in Licensing Division, and the direction that we're going. And so appreciate each of you. And like I said, I will be here for the remainder of the meeting as well.
I want to echo appreciation and thanks again for all that you are all doing every day to serve kids and families, and just know how appreciated you are, and what wonderful work you are doing. And I know sometimes it's hard to hear about some of the money and funding But no, we have a vision for where we want to go and are confident there will be funding again at some point. And we want to make sure that that foundation, that wonderful foundation that you are all providing is still there. So just thank you again for your time today.
Thank you again, all three of you. And also, I just want to make one note. Jason's been in the background on the chat answering a lot of the questions for working connections or working childcare connections and eligibility and things like that. So thanks, Jason, for jumping in and answering those questions on the chat as well. Again, thank you all and look forward to doing these panels again in the future. We are going to take a quick break, actually just 5 minutes stretch break, 10:25 to 10:30. And then if you can rejoin us again at 10:30, Dr. Brian Knowles will be introducing our next session and presenter. So thank you all for joining this panel discussion, and we will be back in 5 minutes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. I'm going to move us along. So we now welcome back Assistant Secretary of Early Learning, Nicole Rose, who will be providing an update on what's on top for early learning as we plan for the upcoming legislative session. This will include budget considerations and potential impacts on early learning programs. Presenters will monitor the chat and manage questions as they come up, but please continue to drop your questions there. And as a reminder, please share your feedback via the meeting reflection survey, which will also be provided in the chat, and I believe have already been doing so. And with that, I yield the floor to Secretary Rose.
Thank you. Good morning again, everyone. As we go into this legislative update conversation, one of the things I just want to make sure folks are aware of is the Access and Living Wage Plan that we recently completed, and that was through conversations with you all, with Washington Communities for Children and others. And this plan really outlines kind of a 10-year phased approach so that, families are getting access to care, and families at higher incomes that are eligible right now in working connections. Providers are paid a living wage. And then it also really contemplates what are the other things that providers and families need as they are looking at that. Thanks. And so you got that plan a couple of times in there. And so I'm highlighting that because I'm looking at some of the questions in the chat and the questions about sort of what is the vision and what can DCYF do as it relates to this. And so we really believe that that is the roadmap that outlines where we need to head as a state. And it really builds on the great foundation of the Early Start Act, the Fair Start for Kids Act. And really, the first thing that needs to happen is looking at, how can we, when funding is available, continue down the path of implementing the pieces that were in the Fair Start for Kids Act. So just wanted to direct folks to that, to take a look at it, to see, what are we thinking? What have we heard from you about what we need to do? And that's representative in that plan. So now saying that, I'm going to talk a little bit about the realities of where we're at with legislative session. I think it's always good to remember that we have that North Star of where we want to head. And then I'll talk about a bit of where we are. So you heard Secretary Sen and I heard Senator Wilson also talk about, we are an executive cabinet level agency. And so this is the process that we have to follow as we make requests related to either decision packages, which are really budget specific, or you see the words ARL in there, which is agency request legislation. And we really try to come to you all throughout the process to share what we're working on. And in some years, we're able to talk and dream a bit more about the things that we want to ask for. And in supplemental years like this, we have some, pretty specific guidelines that we have to follow when making requests. And so you just see that we're in mid-December. And so what we'll see when the governor's budget comes out is what decision packages or agency request legislation were moved forward. That being said, my understanding is that we will see an all cuts budget from the governor's office. So that's just a little bit about the context of where we are. So as we go to the next slide, I want to talk a bit about guiding principles for development of our decision packages and agency request legislation. So in particular, in a supplemental year, we are really focused on prioritizing resources that are really looking at our core responsibilities that are outlined in our vision and strategic plan. We needed to really focus on resources that support the agency in meeting our legal obligations to provide for the safety and protection of children and youth in care, and then look at how we're supporting our staff to do some of the essential work for the kids and families that we are caring for. If we go to the next slide, I already touched on some of these realities, but just to note, right, we're in a supplemental budget year. So what does that mean? Generally, you're not asking for new big policy changes in a supplemental budget year. You do that in the first year of the biennium. As we go into this legislative session, we are facing the economic reality of a budget deficit. We've all also seen what has been happening at the federal level and the instability there. And this is the first budget build for our new administration. And so we really had a limited scope for request. So that's the reality of some of the things I'm going to talk through with you today. So we can go to the next slide. I'm just going to focus on our early learning decision packages, but know that we can drop in the chat the link to where you can find all of the decision packages for the agency. So if we want to go to the next slide. Our decision packages were focused on working connections. And we're really focused on what we would call technical corrections to some of the working connections work. And so this first one shouldn't be new. You've probably seen it before, but what is probably new, a little new, are some of the numbers that are on here. So this is a decision package that is really focused on the eligibility period and a caseload forecast adjustment. So working connections childcare is forecasted. So that means that we're looking at the number of children and families that we are serving and should be serving. And that is how DCYF gets funded. We needed to request some resources to adjust the caseload impacts to working connections that were due to the passage of Senate Bill 5752, which had to do with when a family's 12-month working connections authorization period begins. There were some savings that were assumed because it was thought that we could implement some of the changes in barcode, which is the system in which we determine eligibility sooner. And then just savings were assumed earlier than can be realized once the barcode changes are implemented. So what we are needing to do is look at one-time funding of $32.3 million in the biennium to account for when those caseload savings will start. And then we were able to implement the barcode changes sooner rather than later. And so we have a policy level request that had been about 15 million, and it's down to about $9 million in barcode, just around, again, when we could implement that change in 12-month eligibility. The things that are noted in here that say maintenance level, because this is a forecasted program, it might just look like what's called a maintenance level step in the governor's budget. But these were some of the items that we had to ask for. I also want to acknowledge these are very technical things, but yeah, just want to be transparent about the asks here. So if we want to go to the next slide. The other thing that we were asked to look at, in times when we're really trying to find efficiencies, was looking at some of our reporting requirements. And so we were really trying to think about how can we continue to improve government efficiency and effectiveness. And we're also really trying to continue to try and put more information out on our websites so it's more easily accessible. So you'll see we have data dashboards that do a variety of things, from looking at childcare deserts to showing the number of licensed childcare providers that we have, to looking at where are folks in their early achievers rating process and how many providers are rated at what level. You'll also find links to the number of ECAP slots that we have and how those have changed over time. And so we really think that there are some of these things that were contained in these reports that are out on our website for public consumption. So we're looking at eliminating the following reports, which are the Early Achievers Final Program Report, Early Achievers Program Participants, and then the Fair Start for Kids Act Implementation Report. So just know that those were some agency request legislation that we had. It's us saying, we believe this information is out available on the website, and so not necessary to do a report at this time. I'm gonna shift gears and talk a little bit about investment and the Balmer Group grant, and then I'm gonna pause after that to see if there are questions. So by now, you have likely heard about the Balmer Group announcement on the grant to serve up to 10,000 new school day seats in ECAP over the next 10 years. So it's really a 10-year philanthropic commitment to expand access to ECAP. And it's really saying, how do we build upon the goal of entitlement for ECAP that has been out there and really accelerate towards getting to that goal and serving more 3- and 4-year-old children. It is 10,000 new school day seats. One of the things I'll note is that over the years, we've continued to convert part day slots to school day slots, really knowing that that school day has increased dosage, and for many families, that school day may be a better fit. Those up to 10,000 new school day seats over 10 years would be about $170 million annually. And if the state decides to make an increase in the ECAP rate or in the ECAP Complex Needs Fund, the Balmer Group would adjust their investment accordingly. I think it's really important for this group to know that there are a couple of next steps in order for us to be able to access the funds. So the state must establish in law a dedicated account that would be an account where the funds could go into that account, and then DCYF could then draw down the funds from that account to get those funds out to ECAP contractors. And so the governor's office was working on governor's request legislation. We have a couple of sponsors for this, including Senator Wilson, who is on with us today, and then Representative Steve Berquist on the House side. So we really have bipartisan legislative leadership across both chambers for this. I think it's also important to note that in order for this to occur, the state has to commit to maintaining or growing its current ECAP funding and school day seats. And this is an exciting investment, right? And a really interesting, essentially public-private partnership with philanthropy to greatly increase access to high quality pre-K for our 3 and 4-year-olds. And Senator Wilson has put in the chat the bill that has dropped. It's Senate Bill 5872. So you all can take a look at that. I will tell you that bill, I talked about it being exciting. It's actually a very technical bill as well. That's about the mechanics of the account, but it's exciting to have that out there and to have the commitment and the desire to really be able to draw down these Walmart Group funds. So we are going to continue to watch this, and we are going to plan like this is going to happen. And so you're going to hear from us about funding opportunities coming soon, where we'll be asking about interest in ECAP slots and expansion. And as you heard Secretary Sen say, this is really an opportunity to shift a bit from scarcity to think about growth and resources in the state-funded pre-K space. And the way I think about this is really having up to 10,000 new school day seats each year is that if a family comes to ECAP and an ECAP provider and wants to get access to services, we're going to be able to give them access to those services. And so I think that it's very exciting. So I'm going to pause there and see if there are questions, or Senator Wilson, if there is anything you want to add to this.
You know, the only thing for me is that the importance of the dedicated account, so that we know and people know that the money is actually going toward comprehensive programs. So that was an important piece for me. I think the other thing is, if you'll let me just say this, is I'm hoping we think about some incredible partnerships like our family childcare and childcare partnerships, and again, how we think about ECAP slots within the context of, which will increase supports and services to providers, but also to the families that are served. My own kiddo was in a family childcare that had community slots and then Head Start slots, and then together it was a great way of growing access, but also providing additional resource. So, and I think the complex needs fund is an important thing, that they were adding an additional 3% to that. And as you said, Nicole, any investments the state is willing and able to make, they will match. And that again is a huge investment. So just really looking forward to it. And I've been talking to folks in the JR space, in the corrections space, thinking about where do kids and families live, and where are those unusual places and spaces where we need to make sure that people know this service and support is available. And I saw Tafra did a question around parent ambassadors. They'll be great, I think, stewards of the information in communities as well. So really exciting. And again, the bill doesn't say a lot, but it says a whole bunch. So really appreciative, and just thanks everybody for the work you do every day.
Thank you, Senator Wilson, and thank you for being such a great sponsor and advocate for this work. So appreciated. I see a question in here about, is there a related push to add ECAP providers? And one of the things that we're having conversations about, I was at the Washington State Association for Head Start and ECAP recently. We've brought our ECAP directors together. We will likely be bringing conversations to ELAC and provider supports, trying to think about how do we support our existing ECAP provider base, and then how do we build capacity to bring on more ECAP providers, whether it's through contracting or subcontracting. And as Senator Wilson was just talking about, one of the things we really need to think about is sometimes where are children and families already going? How do we take a look at some of those licensed centers and licensed family homes that may be saying, yeah, we really want to continue to grow the services we're offering to families and want to raise our hands to do this. So we're at the beginning phases of this. Luckily, we have a lot of expansion planning work and some of those things that have been happening already in the background, but are thinking about things in a bit of a different way. One of the things I'll also just note, because I get asked questions quite a bit about what can the funding be used for? And Janelle, as I'm looking at your question in the chat, thinking about more providers and more staff. And these dollars really are meant to go directly to ECAP contractors and providers, the administrative rate to implement ECAP, the quality supports, which is how we pay for curriculum and assessment, and then complex needs funds. So those are what the Balmer Grant Group dollars would invest in. And if you're an ECAP provider that has open slots, I think this is where the coordinated recruitment and enrollment becomes really important. And I think we've got an opportunity probably to think about that in a little bit of a different way. And I also see the comment in here around ELF, or the Early Learning Facilities Funds. Oh, and I see some comments about how long you have to be in business. One of the other things I'll just note is that we will be looking at providers who have received early learning facilities funds to see their interest in providing state-funded pre-K as well. So any other questions before I go over a couple of more slides, and then want to get some feedback from you all as we go through legislative session, sort of what you would like to hear from us and how you would like to hear it. Okay, so we'll go to the next slide, and then I'm gonna, we'll go over this, and then we'll open up one more question. So as I said, I went over the early learning decision packages, but if you go to the government affairs webpage, and let me drop this link in the chat for you, because I'm realizing you can't click on the screen to get there, but there's the link to the government affairs webpage, and you can find decision packages, one-page summaries of budget requests, and then the budget webinar recordings and slides. One thing I will note is that the numbers that you may see related to Working Connections childcare when you click that government affairs link may be a little bit different than the numbers I just shared about Working Connections. And that's because we were able to implement some of the barcode changes. All right, so if we go to the next slide, this is where we want to hear a little bit from you. So as we go into legislative session, what specific updates do you want DCYF to share during these presentations? And how can we make the information more relevant to our ELAC and provider supports members and participants? So if you want to take maybe just a minute or two and think about that, and then happy to have you raise your hand or to drop things in chat. Hi, Susan.
Hey, good morning. I may have missed it, but what I'm curious about is, how Working Connections childcare subsidies for childcare centers was postponed from July 1st. The increases were postponed from last year to this year. Is that increase in reimbursement at risk in this budget pack? I mean, what are we facing here? What's real and what's possible? Because we need those funds.
Yeah. Yep. And so just so everybody knows what Susan's talking about, there was a center rate increase that was scheduled to go into effect last year, and it was delayed and is scheduled to be implemented on July 1, 2026. And I think, from the DCYF perspective, we have been really focused on how can we maintain all of those investments that are on the books and that are out there right now. I think what we see in the governor's budget and what happens during the legislative session, I think is going to be very dependent upon what the deficit looks like. So I would like to say that those are protected and okay. I think that again, going into an all cuts budget and the budget scenario that we have, I don't think I can with 100% certainty say that anything is guaranteed, but we do know how important those rate increases are.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Okay. So thoughts about specific updates you want us to share during these presentations, or how we can make the information more relevant? Okay, thanks, Courtney. And I see in here, yeah, the request versus what it is. Yeah, before and after on the change, plus a short rationale summary. Yep, absolutely. We can certainly, as we move through session, talk about sort of what I'm hearing is sort of what's the baseline and what's changing, whether that's an increase or decrease. And we can make sure that we do that. And share the why. Okay. So I remember the times when we were coming here and talking about all of the investments and increases that were coming. And I'm looking forward to getting back to that space. And please know when I say, I can't say something's 100% guaranteed. I'm just trying to be as transparent as possible around where we're potentially headed. But as I shared, DCYF has really tried to say it's really important that we are protecting and preserving what we have out there. We would like to see the things that are on the books, like the rate increases and such, continue to move forward. And we know how important and foundational that is to continuing to increase access. So I want to thank you all again for your time. And I will be here with you the rest of the day as well. And I'm guessing we might be a little bit ahead of schedule. But I think I'm turning it back over maybe to Brian or Dave.
Yeah, that was great. Thank you again for that information. And for those who need interpretation services, please remember to join via that service. Next, I'm going to turn it over to Colleen. I don't know, are you on?
So Colleen is sick. So this is Katie
Okay.
from Provider Supports. I'm going to take her spot today.
Thank you, Katie.
Yeah, she called out sick this morning. I know it's going around everywhere. We're in the petri dishes of childcare. So, so our next presenters, they have a whole hour to go over a new continuous improvement program. They're reshaping through a strength-based framework centered on collaborative compliance. So they want to have this commitment to be more meaningful through the connections and this improvement through the licensing division. I look forward to hearing about it. So we have Ruben Reeves, our Assistant Secretary of Licensing, Debbie Groff. Welcome, Debbie. Well, Child Care Deputy, Senior Admin, Travis Hansen, Licensing Admin, and Heather West, Child Care Licensing Partnerships and Support Administrator. That's a long title. So I will hand it over to you guys. I don't know who's going to start your time, but welcome and let's get going.
Thanks, Katie. I'll kick us off and then hand it over to my team.
Okay.
I'm not sure who's going to bring up the PowerPoint. There we go. So, as mentioned earlier, we're really excited to talk about our strengthening licensing practice through a collaborative compliance approach. And as I mentioned earlier, licensing division oversees lots of licensing providers in the state of Washington who serve many populations of children and youth. And this is the approach we are doing across all of our programs that we oversee. Collaborative compliance is a supportive, partnership-based approach for regulations, right? Where we work with you all to help meet licensing and safety and quality standards, rather than focusing mainly on citations after violations occur, right? And so, in plain language, it means child care licensors act more like coaches and problem solvers, right? And not just regulators. So we're going to talk a little bit about that, what that means in practice, right? And so I'm going to hand it off to my incredible team, and they're going to kind of talk about what this, like I said, what this looks like in our everyday practice. So thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Heather West, and so I'll just start us off with kind of grounding us in our focus today. Excuse me, I am also having a bit of the cold, so if I pause a little extra, I'll ask for your grace in that. But our focus today will center around an overview and the foundations of collaborative compliance, what that means, what it looks like for us, what it looks like for those that we work with, and not only about the why for why we adopted this approach, but also how childcare licensing in LD has actively applied these principles with intent to improve our efficiencies and also deliver high quality services. We'll also share out on examples of how we have applied this approach as part of our own internal commitment to continuous quality improvement for our services. So one of our goals for improving our practice is to reduce barriers and work towards what is our shared goal, right? To serve our children, youth, and families in our communities. Collaborative compliance, this approach recognizes that people are capable, adaptable, and able to grow and change. And it's really, a strength-based approach is not anything new or unique just to childcare licensing. It's something that we've really worked on through our history, but we're also looking at new ways that we can improve this and in partnership and working together to identify ways to meet requirements in a way that supports learning, improvement, and success. So I'm going to hand it here in a few moments off to Debbie to talk more about that. But in general, collaborative compliance is about using critical thinking to gather information, learn different perspectives through dialogue with providers, and also learning more context so that when licensing staff are making compliance decisions, it's more informed and can be done more objectively. This approach values partnership and focuses on communication, transparency, and also shared problem solving to really understand how compliance can be achieved. right? It's not just going out and saying, oh, it's out of compliance, but engaging in that discussion to not only learn more, but learn more from the provider on how they can, creative ideas that would work in that environment or for that, that group of children that are being served. It also focuses on building working relationships where providers can feel safe and empowered in reaching out to licensing staff to really discuss questions and exploring strategies on how compliance can be met. And we know in licensing, we have such a unique role in that, like Ruben mentioned earlier, the main duty is regulatory. One of the main duties is regulatory. And so that does involve monitoring for compliance so that we can help support safe environments. But it's also about helping to educate and bridge awareness about what the intent of the rule means so that we have that common understanding. So I'll hand it over to Debbie and she'll share you more about what each of those foundational components are that support this work.
Thank you, Heather. So as we think about those foundational components, the first of which is encouraging innovation. So what this really reminds us to do is to think together, to use our creative thinking skills, both the licensee and the licensor, to come up with that very individual way to show compliance for a rule. There's this opportunity, when we're out in environments to truly brainstorm with providers. Instead of coming in with just our way, our understanding, or our background of how to meet a rule, we can drop some biases, learn to mitigate through some of those biases so that we can work together, have wonderful conversations about how folks are already in compliance with rules, and they can show us that in numerous ways. And then it really is, if we find folks that are not quite meeting a rule, we can be very, very collaborative in finding solutions. So this really is emphasizing that providers are the change agents here. They get to choose their path. And we have found this through the years, that when providers find their way to be compliant with the WAC, they train their staff on how to do all that as well. They really own that, and they show it and they live it through their everyday licensing experience with the kiddos. And there we go. And then the second of which is empowering, of course, providers as experts. I don't know, I've known this for years. You guys are always the experts. You know your kids, you know your families, you know your communities, and you know the rules. And you're really good at coming up with those individual ways to be compliant. You are the experts of your programs. You are the experts of your staff's needs. And so what we will do is kind of lean into that as we collaborate around what are you doing again, and how can we support that? And then if you need some extra support outside of understanding a rule, we can do that as well. But again, we know you are the experts of your programs. We know you are the experts of your children, and we need to pause and take time to really listen to you as you share your story of how you do childcare. And then, of course, there's this thing about embracing the perspective and critical thinking element. This is something we have to do, right? You guys teach critical thinking skills to the kiddos all day long. It's time now, and it's not that we haven't done this in the past, and it's not that you haven't done this in the past, but we're really giving some intentional focus on this with our staff. So it's really trying to drill down, keeping an open heart and an open brain to all the different ways that folks can be compliant with rules. But it's really kind of helping with the why behind the rule, right? And why that rule is important, especially if somebody's struggling a little bit with trying to figure out how to fix it and maybe how to maintain that.
those kinds of efforts really do require that critical thinking. So this is something we're really leaning into with our staff to just kind of bolster their confidence in their critical thinking areas so that they can utilize that skill set with you in the field. I think there's a way to think about the intent of WAC, and every WAC has an intent, right? But every WAC can be met through a different approach or a different way. I think we have over 6,500 licensed childcare providers in Washington right now. And I imagine there are over 6,500 ways to show compliance with a rule. And we have to be really open to using our brains in the right way to really think through all of the different efforts that you folks have put into place to be compliant with rules, and to really sitting and being in observation or listening so that we can be in discussion, so that you can, again, show us how you've used your critical thinking to tell your story. And we have identified 3 essential components of collaborative compliance. The first is called procedure. And this is really, again, about the how. How are you doing this? On all the different rules that are out there in our Washington Administrative Code, how are you in compliance with those rules? And so that's part of this procedure, right? It's not so much your procedure as it's attached to your policies. That's another component, but this is just how do you do compliance all day long with your kids in your programs. There's also this level of training. You can have all these wonderful ways of being compliant, but you have to train folks that are working with you and with your kids to ensure that they also understand what it takes to be compliant with the rule in your program. There's an element of verification, and this element comes in a couple different ways. Licensors and providers will work together when on site to, again, enter into those conversations so that we hear from you. You show us something that's compliant. You tell us about how it is compliant. And if something is noted as non-compliant, we will still work around that collaboration to find the way to come back into compliance. We will also still use our recheck strategies to ensure that those compliance measures are met. But that's kind of that verification piece. It can come in lots of formats. So it's not, again, just about us seeing something. If we don't see it, if we have questions, we will stay in wonder. We will ask you more questions so that we can really drill down to the compliance factor instead of assuming that because we didn't see something, it's out of compliance.
And Debbie, before we move to the next slide, I just want to call out too that in the chat we added in a link where you can access a handout. So it's a resource document in English and Spanish, and it speaks directly to collaborative compliance. So you could print that and bring that to your teams or to your those, spread it around your around the community with your colleagues.
Thank you, Heather. And I will pass this over to Travis, who's going to, talk to us a little bit about streamlining and improving practices across childcare licensing.
Yes. Good morning, everybody. I lucked out and got the best slide in this whole stack is how I feel, because I get to talk about something that we've been talking about for the last couple of years is how do we streamline what we are doing, right, with childcare? So how do we get better at what we're doing, right? One of those areas that we decided to make a leap is establishing the pre-licensing team, okay? So we wanted to focus on that front end of childcare when you're coming into the system. What we see is so many different people are coming in at different areas, right? It could be somebody that's been in the system for 20 years and they want to open a family home childcare, or it could be somebody that just got, graduated and wants to open, a center, and where do they start, right? Like it's a wide range of people that are coming into the system. Some people have been here and they know what they're doing, and we need to move them through the system quicker to get them up and running because they don't need to learn about everything. So we are putting kind of all our eggs in this basket to help folks that they are ready day one when they get kids, that they know what they're doing now, right? During COVID, we had providers leaving the system, and we needed more providers, and so we opened that door to be able to do that. What that caused is that we had to then do a lot of work out in the field to make sure people that understood the WACs were coming into compliance, and it was a lot of cleanup. So we decided that we would put this pre-licensing team to address this need, right? So get really, really good at bringing folks in the system. Right now, we are building that plane as it goes down the runway, right? And so we're putting pieces onto it. We need a system. We need Walk Compass to be able to really work for us, to be able to collect some data there where we can find out where people are getting stuck, right? Where are the true barriers, right? We always talk about licensing being a barrier to becoming a provider, but we don't know where folks are getting stuck. The big ones are easy, right? Fire marshal stuff, that kind of thing, building. But there's these other areas where folks are getting stuck. And so we'll be able to collect some data now to address that, to make some changes to the pre-licensing system as folks come in. So very, very excited about the pre-licensing. I think, I think there's probably a ton of people on this screen that wish that we had this team in place when they came into the system. But nonetheless, it's hearing from a lot of you and your experiences of what took place when you became licensed is why we're making this change to the pre-licensing. So the other big change that we're making right now is streamlining the monitor visit checklist, right? So we have a really, really extensive kind of checklist rotating process. It's not working for us right now, right? So what we did is that we went back to basics, right? What do we really need to be looking at when we're going out to these facilities and checking folks for their yearly monitor visit, right? It gives us more time to give technical assistance, to have a conversation. I do not think that it's going to streamline to make the visits quicker, right? I want to be very clear, right? What it will allow is for more interaction. It could speed the visit up if folks are in compliance. It's gonna seem like it goes a lot quicker. But what it will do is that it will allow us to have more of a conversation with folks, answer questions, really lean into this new approach that we're taking, right? And meet people where they're at, so that their head's not down in the laptop just going through a checklist, right? It's more of a conversation. It's about finding that compliance together. So really, really excited about this. We've gotten some feedback from our staff. They like it. They feel like they have more time to give to the provider to answer questions. So really, really excited about that and hope to hear some feedback about it. So I can tell you this: we're gonna get better at the stuff that we're doing right now. Is what we're going to do. That's what we're planning on, is how do we stream our practices so that we can do the best job possible, right? And we've been hearing you all: consistency, consistency, consistency. So that's what we're trying to do with this streamline. Okay. I will pass. I think it goes back to Debbie is who it goes back to.
Thank you, Travis. So Travis talked about us streamlining our monitor visit checklist, and I wanted to give you just a quick overview of kind of how we did that and what we considered when we went through this process. One, I want you also to know that this was done in collaboration of a work group that was made up of licensing staff, from licensors, supervisors, area administrators, and then Travis and I sat at the table but we're not given a vote. So we allowed and let our staff really, really grapple with these, the WACs and try to make decisions that would best support, of course, the health and safety of the kiddos, but also support you as providers. And the only time they really reached out to Travis and I is when they were in a tie and they couldn't figure out which way to go. So Travis and I would put our 2 cents into the bucket at that time. The monitor checklist will still comply with the 12 core federal health and safety requirements. That is something we have to do, right? The federal CCDF tells us we have to meet certain requirements in order to get the monies that we need to give you folks so that you can stay in operation. So those core elements are still in the checklist. And then anything that is captured in the RCW or the revised Code of Washington, such as window blinds, is also on the checklist because it is a law, not necessarily a rule like a WAC rule is. Another thing that we really leaned into was looking at duplication. We have heard from providers over the years that they were kind of getting tired of being double dinged for a rule site, being out of compliance. And by really looking at the duty of the rule, we were able to go in and find the rule that met that health and safety component, knowing that all of you will still meet the rule kind of around the same subject matter when it comes to training your staff or putting it into your policies, those kinds of things. So we went and found the actual rule that really does lean into that health and safety component. And of course, by doing this, as Travis mentioned, it streamlines the process because the checklist will be shorter, but it will allow us that time to really improve our customer service, to collaborate with you all while we're still upholding that commitment to health and safety of our kids in childcare settings. I'm going to throw some fun numbers at you because I think this will probably tell the story of how much change there really has been in these checklists. So the center monitor checklist went from 240 down to 99 components. That's a huge shift. The family home went from 243 down to 99. School age checklists were reduced from 160 down to 82. And for our outdoor nature-based programs, it went from 224 to 112. So again, as you experience this monitor with this new checklist, I think you will absolutely see the potential that it gives us to not only protect our kiddos and keep them healthy and safe, but also give us that opportunity to truly spend time together, getting to know each other, learning about your program, so that we might just be able to offer better assistance where you need that support. Because with that increased amount of time, we will have that opportunity to just ask those questions. What do you need from me? We've gone through the checklist, we've looked at all these facets, but what else is going on in your world? What are you struggling with, and how can we support that? So I hope you're looking forward to the use of these new checklists. We've been rolling them out since November, and I've heard some positive things from the field as well as from our licensors. So if you want to, after you've had your monitor, you want to reach out to Travis and I, we'd love to hear from you. We would love to hear how that experience went. And if there's anything that you think we could do to just make it even better. So I will pass this back to Heather.
Thanks, Debbie. Yeah, it doesn't stop there, folks. We also made other changes. Oh, I see we have a hand raised. I don't want to.
Awesome.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I just had a couple questions. So in the past, thank you for all that, Debbie. In the past, licensors rotated the checklist. It's now everyone's using the same checklist. Is that correct? And then in the WaCompass portal, providers have access to the checklist, and it's the exact checklist, right? Like the 99 things that, okay, that's great. Thank you. I'm so excited.
Thank you so much. We should have invited you to help us present because I think I was supposed to share that. So, yes, you're absolutely right. As you go into your provider portal, you can pull up the monitor checklist that your program will be held to. There are no secrets out here. We're not trying to hide anything from you. We want you to be in compliance. And by having it available for you to go and take a look at, you can already start to think about how you might want to enter into discussion about one of those requirements that maybe was misunderstood in the past. So it gives you a great opportunity to kind of ready yourself, your staff, and just to know that it's there. We will also, when things get through some of our other work that Heather's going to talk about, we will also post these checklists on our website, but they have to go through a little bit of work first. But again, they're on the portal. If you don't know how to find them on the portal, please reach out to your licensor and they will guide you through the steps so that you can find the checklist that we will be using from this point forward. Thank you again for reminding me. Appreciate that.
All right. So a few other things that we've been busy. So a few other things that have been in the works and are currently in the works to improve our practice and also make things more accessible to you are here on this slide. So just carrying on with other comments that everyone here has shared is we really are looking more and more intentionally to look at that data. What do maybe some of the data that we receive or collect show us? What are some of the things that we hear through community engagement, work groups, surveys? These are the things that we're looking at to help identify areas we can make adjustments. And so on this slide, you see annual compliance and ADA compliance. So annual compliance, what is currently in the works is that our WA Compass team has been programming new functionality into the system, into the WA Compass provider portal for this new year, upcoming new year. And the change, why we're making the change is, well, first of all, what is the change? The change is to allow the annual compliance forms to be readily accessible in the provider portal. So that makes it, that benefits providers by creating that easy access to the forms by just logging into the portal. It also allows providers to directly upload that annual compliance documentation into the system once it's completed. So that when that is done, it records that time and day that it is uploaded into the system. So this helps reduce that need for mail and emailing back and forth with these annual compliance documentation. And so as a result, hopefully that will allow less time in the process to get it to licensing and also, as I mentioned, make it more accessible. So the change was made because we also heard from the provider community that there was a need or desire, understandably, for an easier process for not only locating the forms, but also submitting them to licensing. So separately from that, from what we're doing in our division as an agency, we're also prioritizing bringing all forms and anything that the provider community would be accessing, as well as the public, into compliance with ADA standards. And some examples of what we're working on to make that ADA compliance is using plain talk and how things are worded on those forms or on our web pages. We're also looking at our use of pictures and other details to support a clearer, clear design, clear way that we are sharing the information and making it accessible to everyone. So in childcare licensing, we are processing like 70 plus forms. So we're actively doing that. And so at some point, you might see that a form is maybe not, if you see a form is not currently available for you to upload, please reach out to licensing because it could be that that one is in the process of being updated on the website. Okay, back over to you, Debbie.
So again, to support this continuous quality improvement, we have a couple other things that we have embarked on and are ongoing. First is our internal review committee, or IRC. It is the second leg of the race when somebody asks for a supervisory review. So if a provider asks for a supervisory review over a WAC citation on an inspection report, and it is upheld by the licensing supervisor, it comes over to the internal review committee. The internal review committee is made up of staff across the state. It is made up of our licensors, our supervisors, and we have an area administrator sitting on each cohort. Each of our licensors are required to be in a cohort. It is a rotational aspect, so it will take a little bit of time in order to get through all of our staff. But we feel so strongly that this is such a learning platform that we want every one of our staff to embark on the journey with the rest of us who are there all the time to learn from each other. One, how things are cited, and two, if they should have been cited out in the field. So it really gives that opportunity for that learning and understanding and discussion. And from the discussion points at IRC, we have also built out what we call practice discussions. So we are taking those reviews or those WACs that folks are kind of struggling with out in the field to really come up with a collaborative solution. We're bringing them back into a format for practicing. Collaborative compliance comes easy to some, but not to all. Some have a very organic way of just having that conversation with providers, and they've had it for their whole licensing experience, where others really struggle sometimes with what kinds of questions do I use? How do I stay in that question wonder place rather than having all my biases kind of come to the forefront and guiding what I feel might be compliant or non-compliant. So we're going to put forward scenarios around WAC, not necessarily giving our staff the answers to how that rule can be met, but more again of an opportunity to enter into discussion, not only at the supervisor level, maybe when they're huddling with one of their staff, but at that unit meeting, regional meetings, and other opportunities where our staff can really sit together and start thinking about and questioning one another on the multiple ways that that rule can be met. So I think that's important to really point out that this is an ongoing adventure. This isn't a one and done. We will continue to reinforce this way of licensing throughout a licensor's journey in their jobs. So we'll continue to grow in this. The other thing that we continually do is work on our onboarding with our childcare licensing staff. Onboarding typically takes between 6 and 12 months to get a licensor truly what we feel ready to do all the components of all the work. There's multiple trainings attached to the onboarding process, and all of our staff are required to go through each and every one of those. We also have ongoing training opportunities, and tomorrow we get to showcase our collaborative compliance training with all of our staff. So we're really excited to roll that out and get that in front of our folks so that they then can take their understanding back to their units, or maybe misunderstandings back to their units and their supervisors, to then again have continue, those continued conversations that it takes to truly understand how to work within that collaborative lens. We also have built in a component in training our staff that is around field practice training. I think I saw in one of the comments that we have a lot of new staff in DCYF childcare licensing, and that is absolutely accurate. We do. And as we bring in our new staff, we have committed to really embarking on a training path that readies them for field practice. We're focusing on the monitor checklist so that we can get our folks up and running on what we feel are the rules that truly keep our kiddos healthy and safe. And they go through a process with one of our supervisors, who's kind of our lead trainer in this, what we used to call monitor boot camp, but we now call field practice training. But it really readies those folks to be able to go out within hopefully the first 3 months of being a childcare licenser, to have opportunity to partner with a colleague and shadow a colleague, and then go out with their supervisor as well. So the supervisor gets a really good idea of how that licensor is doing in the field, and perhaps modeling where modeling needs to happen as well. And then we get the understanding between the licensing supervisor who leads the training and the supervisor of the staff to kind of come up with the time frame on readiness and whether the licensor is ready to just go it alone out in the field. So there's a huge commitment to readiness of our staff, but there's also a huge commitment to maintaining or practicing brand new learning within our licensing staff. So we continue to really lean into racial equity and social justice trainings, as well as gatherings and meetings, so that our staff are absolutely pulling that lens to the forefront with every aspect of the work that we do. And Travis, I think when it comes up, this one's you.
Yep. Thinking a little bit.
Apologies, everyone. Having some technical difficulties.
No, no problem, Jessica. Wouldn't be a meeting without it. And I can kind of talk through it while Jessica's working on the next slide. Talked about monitoring visit survey, which I believe actually that recommendation came out of this group when we originally talked about it, was that we wanted to do some kind of survey to be able to get some feedback. And I know that this group is very, very anxious to see that information. So once we have that, I believe it's early 2026 is when we'll have that information to be able to share with folks on the survey. And then at that time, what we also would like to do prior to that is work on if we need to update any of the questions or anything at that time, because we know that when we rolled it out, with the information that we had, getting it started. The other thing is it takes a lot to make adjustments in it. So that's why we don't want to be going in and making too many changes. It needs to be done on a yearly basis because of translation and a bunch of other things having to do with Law Compass and the system. So look for that. Like I said, the survey is about us being transparent, right? Us getting the information from you all and feedback of where we can improve and that kind of stuff. I will say this, if there is a licensing issue, right? Like a disagreement, providers should be escalating that to the supervisor's level and asking for reviews, not just putting that information on the survey. So I do just want to remind folks about that. And again, we'll look to improve this. And I know that folks are anxious to see what is going to come out of this survey and the feedback. And so we will share that when we have that information. Okay. And I think it goes back to everybody for questions.
Yeah. So I'll start with some of the questions that we have in the chat here. And Travis, Debbie, and Ruben, I'll kind of hand off to you to decide who wants to take each of those on. One of those, can this be presented and shared with the parent or the PAG group? Is that the parent advisory group? The PAG group.
That is the parent advisory group, Mother.
I think we could definitely share this with this group. I assume it's with the collaborative compliance piece, and I think we definitely can work on that.
Do you have a fast track for people who have applied for a license to open a center? Someone who has many years of experience and currently licensed family home. I have heard there are many people in the stuck mode right now. Who do they contact so they are not stuck on waiting? Waiting costs money.
Yes, that is one reason why we stood up the pre-licensing group, is so that we can meet providers where they're at. So if we have an individual that already has a center and has gone through the process, it's going to go a lot quicker, right? There is no fast track though, right? But it is going to go a lot quicker, and pre-licensing, they are designed to deal with those folks. So they're talking about those folks that come to the system, opening an additional center, or it's a large organization opening a center. It's going to look a lot different. So yes, we are addressing that with pre-licensing.
Travis, another question kind of along those same lines of pre-licensing. Providers with multiple sites already licensed, do they have to work with pre-licensing? A provider was irritated that licensing was making her go through pre-licensing, even though she has 10 plus sites already licensed.
Yes, I will say yes and no. Part of that is figuring out with the pre-licensing what's best for those individuals. And I imagine that this was probably one in real time that we were working on, because I've heard from folks that were frustrated that it felt like it slowed the process down and speeded up. So yes, we will address that with folks and meet them where they're at of what their needs. I will tell you this, there has also been some changes. The orientation updated, right? So we have a new orientation. So in some cases, what has happened is folks have come and said, okay, ready to apply, have you done the new orientation? I think we can get past that, right? If somebody is operating, we can work through that if they've had orientation at one point. So it's really finding out where these little kind of hiccup points are to move things along is really what it is.
The next question. When is the implementation date and what is the training timeline for licensors?
I'm assuming maybe we're talking the monitor checklist and maybe collaborative compliance. So I'm going to answer both. Because I don't know for sure, but we rolled out our new streamlined monitor checklist November 1st. So folks who have been monitored since that date have the new checklist being utilized. And then our training for our staff on strength-based approach and collaborative compliance is actually slated for tomorrow. I also want to just kind of say, though, it's not a one and done training. It's an introduction. It drills down a little bit with our staff as to some of the hows and how to continue that practice. But this is going to be an ongoing learning adventure for our staff. We will continually work on this with our folks. And if you're finding in the field that you're kind of questioning whether that collaboration is really present, please reach out to, well, ask the licensor first of all, hey, how do we collaborate better on this? Let's start there. And then if it still doesn't work out the way you're thinking it might, talk to the supervisor. And then that information will get back to Travis and I, and we will be able to figure out, is there additional supports our licensors need, additional training, different focus. So please, if you're out and with these new experiences and you're not quite feeling that it's meeting what you feel is that real need for partnership and collaboration, please let us know, because that way we can really reinforce some additional learning paths for our licensing staff.
Debbie, I'm going to share this next one with you too. What requirements are needed to obtain a license? And asking because I've heard DCOAS will ask for 5 years of experience.
I'm wondering if we've got a couple different things going on with this one as well. So the 5 years of experience lends itself to some qualification work that's being done right now. And then there's an experience level as well for family home providers as we look at the capacity that they can be licensed for. I'm thinking, Marlene and maybe Teresa, that maybe this is something we need to kind of address with Teresa, so that we can really answer those questions specific to Teresa's needs. And if Teresa is starting brand new, let's guide her through our pre-licensing journey so that we can better equip her with an understanding. But more than happy to discuss this at a different time if we need to. And Marlene, I'll lean into you to kind of help make that connection if you could.
All right, thank you. Next question, any news on starting up the community review panel that was created with legislation? I believe there were 3 providers that participated in the pilot.
Yeah, Julie, it's a good question, and we hit a little bit of a snag. And the reason we kind of ran into a little bit of a snag is, as we think about that community review level, it will focus on WACs that are not health and safety oriented rules, right? So what we had going on from a few years back is the issuance of first-time forgiveness. And because the first-time forgiveness was also afforded to those non-health and safety requirements, nothing percolated up to the top for need for that community review. Now, it's not to say it won't happen, and we are gearing ourselves for readiness for this, but it is also a structural or systems issue that needs to be corrected. So it is top on our radar for 2026 to really look at that WA Compass component and shifts that need to be made in order for, one, first-time forgiveness to go away, but then to build on the review process so that it will hit that third level or that community level review. So, Julie, it's coming. I know we've been saying that to you for a while, but it really is. We figured out what we need to do, and now is probably the best time to kind of embark on this, because again, with first-time forgiveness going away, then we can really enter into looking at this review process differently, because those non-health and safety rules will surface to the top, and we will need to meet that RCW in order to review them.
Okay. Katie asked a question. Can we get a copy of what new licensors have to complete? Katie, would you be open to sharing a little bit more on your question?
Yeah, I just was curious to see what new licensors have to go through and what their checklists are until they get to go on site with the supervisor, as you guys were explaining. Just curious. It's just in my nature to want to know what licensors have to go through for their training.
Travis, I don't know the answer to this. I mean, we have an onboarding schedule. It does list out the trainings that our folks do. I'm gonna have you answer this one. Sorry,
Yeah,
Kate.
I was trying to think how we could show that. Katie, can we circle back to you on that? Come up
Sure.
with an idea how we can show what that looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Thank you, guys.
Yeah. It's a good question.
All right. Next question. Has there been any changes or updates to timelines around compliance agreements as far as how long the licensor has to finalize an inspection report, and then how long a provider has to comment or dispute?
I don't think we haven't changed any timelines. Debbie,
No,
am I
we haven't changed any of the timelines specifically around the dispute process. So I believe it's a 10-day time frame. But what we are looking at is when you think about the recheck time frame, the recheck time frame was based on the risk level of a rule as to how quickly a provider would need to come into compliance, and then how quickly our staff would need to go out and or have verification that the rule was corrected. We are looking at that process. It is cumbersome for you, and it's cumbersome for us to track 3 different time frames for rechecks. So that is something we're looking at in 2026. We may come up with a single time frame so that it's easier for all of you to understand when that recheck will happen, but also for our staff, instead of having to track 3 different elements possibly on an inspection report. So that is something we're looking at. As we build that out, we will absolutely be communicating that out to the provider world. You will be made aware of those changes before we start to implement that change. I don't know exactly when it might come in 2026, but it is one of the things that's on our radar to work through in 2026.
Next question. The licensors state that once they finish the initial inspection, their supervisor needs 10 business days to approve. With the fire marshal scheduling, with busy fire marshals, initial visit scheduling, with busy licensors, and the additional 10 days for approval, the 90 days gets pretty compressed. Is there a way to shorten the final approval timeline?
Travis and I, I'll let you go first, Travis.
Well, I think that one thing is that the pre-licensing process is going to be able to provide some data where folks are really getting hung up, right? There are some obvious places where everybody knows that's gone through the process that, like, when you get to the fire marshal stuff and coding stuff, it can delay it. I will tell you this, the statute states that we have 90 days to license somebody. I hate it when we hide behind the 90 days, right? I hate it when we say, oh, we have 90 days to license you, right? We pulled some data and looked at it. And the average time is around 45 days, right? And I think that the data is not clean. I will be transparent and tell you that. because what we do is when we get to the 90 days and it's coming up, and if it's something that's on the provider, what we do is say withdraw and reapply, right? And a lot of times what happens is that they withdraw their application, reapply, and then we license them in 5 days, right? So it really, then what it does is it makes the data look off, right? So I don't think we have clean data right now when it comes to the 90 days type of stuff. So we need to figure a way to get in there and be able to get some clean data of what it's really taking, right? And so that we can come back and say, okay, this is the information that we have. This is how we can improve it. This is where folks are getting hung up. How do we work through that barrier, and really get to it? I think I just want to be transparent that the 90-day thing, yes, we have to be within that 90 days, right? Like, and there's situations where we come up to the 90 days and we're either issuing a license or denying a license, right? And that's our job as the department. But if it's on the provider, we're bending it a little bit and having them withdraw, reapply, not charging them money, right? To be able to get through that. So we need to fix the system to make it work the right way is what it is. So Debbie, I don't know if you have anything to add there.
The only thing I would add is, Dave, we're also working with the pre-licensing unit on when is the best time to request the fire marshal visit. So that might even start to occur prior to the application coming to us, as in traditional licensing. So we're trying to streamline in that way as well, to try to get some of those inspections done before they come to us, so that that scheduled visit happens quicker, right? Because all those other requirements are met. And then you're kind of looking at that approval time frame of the time it takes the licensor to send it to their supervisor for approval. I also think anecdotally this will shorten as well. And that's due to the fact that a lot of that approval is being done at the pre-licensing level, and it will not fall on the same plate as our supervisors, have been currently looking and reviewing every aspect of that licensing journey. We're going to share some of that responsibility with the pre-licensing team, so our supervisors won't have quite as much to have to review to issue that license. So I'm hoping that some of that streamlining and kind of baton passing of the journey of licensing will kind of help with the timeframes as well.
Hey, there are several questions about the checklist. So asking for copies of the monitor checklist. And I will say that that we do have those examples in the chat, and they will be added to the website after they go through our full process to get them there on our website. Has there been any changes or updates to timelines around compliance agreements? Oh, wait, sorry, I already asked that one. Oh, here's one. Did all the new checklists land in one place on the DCY website? I know directors can access through Walk Compass, but with director turnover and our multiple layers of management, it would be great to have them in one location for access and review. And I do believe the intent is to also have those available on the website. It's just they are going through our internal process for ADA compliance to finalize that. Is Travis or even Ruben, do you have anything to add to that?
I don't. Does Ruben, do you?
No, I don't.
And Heather, Deanna actually was
Yeah.
kind enough to drop the checklist into the chat. So if that's a place you want to grab them and save them, please do so, because I understand that as well with change of directors and getting into the portal. Sometimes there's some time lapse between all those functions. So there they are. And again, once they're readied, through our ADA work that we're doing and other things, we will get them posted on the website.
And I'm just looking at our time here. Since we're talking about the checklist, I'll ask this final one and then we will respond to the remainder in our feedback loop. Here's one about information about the monitoring lists. So seeing that the initial shows as 15 pages, will this list change to a new one once I get that visit? Is the monitor list changing? And what about it, see it, cite it? Is that back?
No, see it cited is not back. I can answer that one. That's easy. I'm not sure what's going on with the checklist, what you're seeing on your end. I would pull the checklist that is in the chat and go based on that for your next monitor.
Yeah, and I think Michelle Sampilo, thank you, Michelle, answered some of Deborah's questions in that when you go to the portal, there is some drop downs. The initial checklist is there as well as the monitor checklist. So look for the two. The initial checklist right now is what it is. We are not making any changes in the initial checklist. So what you see is what the pre-licensing unit as well as traditional licensing will utilize. And then the monitor checklist will not rotate from at this time. So from November until whenever, the monitor checklist will stay static. It will stay the same. So we didn't really talk about this, but the monitor checklist will no longer expand. So when we are out in the field and we find an issue of non-compliance, it will not open up a whole flurry of other WACs to consider. So that you'll see a huge difference in. Also, as you pay attention to the talking points, we really leaned into the talking points that were what we felt and CCDF requirements said were the most important to address. So know that the talking points also decreased, which will again allow that conversation partnership time when we're out in the field. And it's 12 o'clock, so I want to stop talking.
All right, thanks for all those wonderful questions. And we will look at the remaining ones in the chat for the feedback loop. Ruben, any other final thoughts to wrap us up?
Yeah, I know I'm between lunch here. So just these were some of the highlights that we wanted to share today, and I hope that they were helpful. Like I said, this is we have a ways to go, right? But I think we're heading in the right direction, and we heard from you guys, right, in the last kind of couple of years, and we're putting things in motion, right, and making those improvements. But this conversation will continue through ELAC and provider support meetings to make sure we're on track, and also if there's any tweaks that we need to make. So,
well, thank you. You guys, that was, I mean, for me as a provider support co-chair, I can take a lot of information back to a lot of providers that we're in contact with. This is a lot of great movement in the right direction. I know many of us have been in it for years trying to get some change, and it looks like it's paying off all this time. So we appreciate all the help and excited to see this get going. I had my monitoring visit a week ago, so I am after that November mark of using the checklist when she was on site. So, and it went really smooth. So, yeah, well, thank you guys so much again. It is a quick lunch break from 12:02 to 12:20. So go grab something to eat, drink, and meet us back in 18 minutes, and we'll get going on the next group of people. Thanks, guys.
Welcome back. If you haven't already, use the interpretation instructions on your screen to make sure you can follow along. And I just want to remind everyone, presenters, and if you unmute to comment or chime in, to speak slowly for those interpreters. They're working hard for us. Thank you. So for our next topic, we've got the Office of the Insurance Commissioner, David. They have contracted with the Davis Group. So we've got David Forte with the Office of Insurance Commissioner, and we've got Rebecca Freitag, who is with the Davies Group, and they're working on the affordability and availability study for liability insurance for childcare providers. They're going to come on and provide a brief description of the process undertaken to complete the liability insurance study. I will say I filled out the questionnaire or whatever was sent out about the insurance thing because I had to renew my insurance just a couple months ago. It went up in cost dramatically, but I was glad that I got to keep it because I've heard too many stories of it being canceled. So I was surprised by the in-depth questionnaire, and they did require a copy of my recent licensing monitoring visit. So that's new. Anyway, welcome to David Forte and Rebecca Freitag. Thank you so much for coming today. This is a really important topic for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julie. David is actually unavailable because of something that happened at the Office of the Insurance Commissioner today, I think related to the flooding. So he's unavailable. I don't know if Brian is here. Brian, are you here? Okay. Brian also works at the Office of the Insurance Commissioner, but if Brian is not here, I'll just go ahead and get started. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So my name is Rebecca Freitag. The Office of the Insurance Commissioner engaged Davies Actuarial Audit and Consulting to work on a study about the availability and affordability of insurance for a variety of child-serving organizations. As you all know here, and as Julie introduced, certainly child care organizations were within our scope, both center-based child care and in-home child care. And we also had a number of other types of entities in our scope, such as child placing agencies and group foster homes. But of course, for our discussion today, we'll focus on child care. Just to let you know, we have submitted our draft report to the Office of the Insurance Commissioner. And I thank Julie and many of the people at DCYF and anybody else who submitted information. I thank all of you. So we have submitted our draft report. It is not yet finalized. It will be finalized no later than December 31st of this year. I see there are comments, but it's hard for me to read while I am talking. So maybe at the end, I'll look at the comments. It will be submitted no later than December 31st, finalized, no later than December 31st. So I can't really discuss our findings and recommendations at this point because, we're working for the Office of the Insurance Commissioner, who was engaged by the legislature. And so, it would not be appropriate for me to come out with our findings yet before the report has been finalized. But I am happy to discuss the process, as Julie said, the process that we used to get to our findings. So definitely we understand the challenges and the pain. Child care providers are such an important part of everywhere in the United States, but certainly in Washington State. They are so important for our children to grow up healthy emotionally, healthy physically. So important for the parents to be able to pursue their professions or education. so important in many different ways. And we understand, definitely have heard a lot about and understand the challenges. In general, child care providers are not going to be running on a very big profit margin. So when those liability costs of insurance costs go up, it's hard to find the resources to pay for those. So our scope was really to look at two things, and Julie really touched on both of them in her introduction. Thank you, Julie. One is availability of insurance. That means, can you get insurance? Is it available, right? Are there insurance companies out there that are interested in insuring child care providers? And the second thing is affordability. Can you pay for the insurance? Affordability really has two different ways of looking at it, both of which are important. But for the purposes of this study, there are two ways of looking at affordability. One is the insurance being charged? Is the price being charged? Does it make sense compared to the projected losses? That's one question. That's what actuaries like to look at. Do the numbers make sense? The second question about affordability is, it kind of doesn't matter to you if an actuary says it makes sense when you're trying to pay your bills and you can't pay your bills, right? So there's two aspects of affordability. And our scope was to look again at availability and affordability. So just to tell you a little bit about the process we used, we took both a national perspective and a Washington perspective. In terms of national information, sorry, I'm just getting to my document here. Okay, in terms of national information, we looked at what was going on in other states. We looked at what is going on in other states from an insurance environment. We looked at what is going on in other states from a litigation environment. And we looked at what is going on in other states from a legislative perspective. I bring up litigation. Litigation means what's happening in the courts because, of course, sorry, noticing the comments and trying to not notice them yet. Of course, liability insurance is all about if a claim is made against a child care provider, right? That could be a general liability claim, like a kid got injured on the playground, or a professional liability claim, like something, horrible that should not have happened, right? Or professional liability means, you as a professional, I don't mean you, as a professional, somebody either did something that was clearly outside of the scope of their professional duties, or because they are professionals, somebody was negligent in something they should have done. So that's what liability insurance is all about. By the way, our scope incorporated all kinds of insurance, property insurance, liability insurance. But as you probably know from your gut, property insurance a lot of times does go up, but it's not going up more for child care centers than it is for anybody else. So property insurance, what we found in our study, sorry, I just said a finding, but whatever, you probably all know it anyway. Property insurance is not the big item here in terms of child care versus other professions, right? It's the liability insurance. So the litigation environment is very important because if bigger claims are coming in or they're coming in more frequently, that is going to make insurance rates go up. I'm not saying they have or they haven't. I'm just saying if that were to be the case, that would be the amounts the insurance would have to pay, and that would make insurance costs go up. Okay, there's a lot of questions coming in. Julie, I'll be
we'll get to those at the end. Don't worry.
Okay. Can you remind me how many more minutes I have? Because I don't want to go over to somebody else's time.
Oh, yeah, we have until 12:45.
Okay, so I'll try to not talk too much about my process, but I'll let you know what we did. I'll try to finish up in a 5 or 6 or 7 minutes, and then I'll leave time for questions. I don't know. I can't see the questions right now. I just see that they keep popping up, but I am not going to be able to tell our findings, but I'll try to answer them as best as I can. Okay, so anyway, and I'm also trying to speak slowly, which is so unnatural for me. So I'm doing my best. But anyway, so one of the in our national review of legislation, which means what the governments are doing, litigation, which means what's happening in the courts, and other background, of insurance background, what's happening in the industry in general, over all states. We also, I just want to highlight, we did look at one study, which I bet a lot of you are familiar with. We looked at a study conducted recently by the National Association for the Education of Young Children. This was published in August of 2024. And it was a study that was based on a survey that was issued to 1,173 early childhood educators in 49 states and DC, talking about their liability insurance experiences. So, Julie, is it okay if I just share my screen for a second? Is that all right?
Definitely.
Okay. So none of this is going to be news to any of you. Okay, I guess you can see me, right? You can see me. I don't want you to necessarily see, duplicates of me. There's enough of me here. But anyway, I just want to show you a couple of, you might all be familiar with these, but these are a few graphics from that report, and it's publicly available. You can all get it. But and again, these are all based on self-reported information. It's not like an actuary or statistician went through it, but based on the self-reports, this talks about challenges finding and maintaining liability insurance, and does highlight that it's more pronounced among minority-owned businesses. But I would say, just in general, 73% or 57% of respondents had experienced difficulty finding insurance. About 30 to 35% were denied coverage by one or more companies, and also about 30 to 35% received a non-renewal. A non-renewal means when the insurance company says, let's say your policy is supposed to renew on July 1st, and, sometime in May, the insurance company sends you a letter and says, you have coverage until June 30th, but we're not offering you coverage again on July 1st. You're going to have to look for another insurance company. So this is just to show you that nationally, people are having all the same problems we're having in Washington. This is if somebody was non-renewed or denied liability insurance. The biggest reason given by the respondents was that the insurance companies were no longer doing this business at all, or they were no longer insuring in that person's state. And sometimes they had claims, sometimes there were other problems specific to the insured that resulted in a denial. But a lot of times it was just because companies were pulling out of the state. And then this graphic talks about increases. I'm a numbers person. I don't love this graphic because if you are a child care facility serving more than 100 children, $2,000 to $5,000, means a different thing for you than it does to somebody serving 4 children, right? An increase in premium. So I'm grateful to the survey. I happen to not love this graphic. I think it's a little confusing in certain ways. But anyway, you can see that the vast majority of respondents had a price increase, and then they use this in dollars instead of percentages. But you have a fair amount of folks getting a pretty substantial price increase. So that's nationally. So we did that for background. The background is always important. Let me stop sharing. Okay. The national background is always important to give us context, because we have to know, is this a Washington issue? Is it a national issue? Is it both? So it certainly is a national issue. But then, of course, our scope was to look at Washington specifically. So again, I can't tell you yet what we found, but I will tell you what we did. What we did is we spoke to participants in the insurance program, in other words, child care providers. We spoke to insurance professionals like brokers that are helping people get insurance in the state of Washington. We had a lot of communication with DCYF. We did research to understand and communicate with DCYF to understand the child care regulations and supports within Washington state. We, of course, reviewed the results of the survey. Thank you for everybody who responded to the survey. And in the survey, things came up. I mean, obviously, everything in our report is anonymized, but things came up like my insurance premiums have gone up a lot, even though I don't have any claims. I'm scared to submit a claim. My insurance company non-renewed me, even though I don't have any claims. Somebody said the DCYF monitor who wrote up my inspection wrote it up in a way that made it seem a lot worse than it was. And then I had problems on my insurance renewal. So we certainly got a lot of very helpful feedback. And then we did look at the recent legislation in Washington to try to get a handle on that and how it might impact insurance. And the other thing we did is that we did a data call. We issued a data call to every single insurance company in the state of Washington that wrote insurance for childcare facilities in the last 10 years. And they had to provide all of their premium and loss information. And, as you know, if you're real small, you might get, and you have in-home childcare, you might get insurance through your homeowner's insurance. Depends. Some homeowners insurance will only give it to you if you have 3 kids or fewer or 6 kids or fewer, even though in Washington state you can have at-home childcare for up to 12 children. The insurance companies have their own filed rules about when they'll allow that to attach to a homeowner's policy. Or else if you can't get it through your homeowner's policy, you have to have your own separate liability policy. So all of those insurers had to provide us all of their information, premium and losses for the last 10 years. And that let us see a few things. That let us see kind of movements in the market, which insurance companies were writing a lot of premium 5 years ago that maybe are writing less premium now. Are there new entrants into the market? It also did allow us to look at the losses compared to the premium and see if the premiums being charged look reasonable in the aggregate. Of course, I can't tell you, ABC childcare facility, your premiums are correct, or that's not something I could do in a big project like this. But we were looking to see whether the premiums were actuarially reasonable in the aggregate, and also kind of looking at affordability considerations from the individual perspective. So that's what we did. That's all I can tell you. I can't tell you our findings, although I bet on December 31st or January 1st, you'll be able to go on the OIC website and download our whole report. It will be publicly available. But Julie, I'm going to let you wade through the various comments and
Sure. Yeah, there's only a couple, really.
Okay. I see
There was
eight chats. Okay.
Well, I mean, Katie mentioned how much her insurance jumped. It went from 3 centers. She had been paying between 16 and 21,000 annually, and this year it went up to 52,000. So that's quite a leap. And I asked her a question back on there, so that may have caused the ding that you saw or whatever. Susie said, I have questions about risk management and who is determining actual risk. Childcare check may not be reflective of risk.
The childcare check, meaning when DCYF does its monitoring visit, is that what
and then they enter the monitoring visit into childcare check, so it becomes public, and insurance companies can and have viewed it.
Right. So that is an interesting dynamic. So we've done a few reports already for the Washington Office of the Insurance Commissioner about completely different areas. This is our first report related to childcare, but that is not an uncommon dynamic to happen when you have publicly available information. Insurance companies will use it. I mean, why not? It's publicly available. So that
kind of a new phenomenon for us, though, to have insurance companies commenting, maybe emailing, saying that they've looked at our inspection reports online or requesting them directly that we send them a copy. And this is why providers have brought the issue to DCYF and said one discrepancy that was found was noted 5 different times on the inspection report, and insurance is not understanding that it was really related to one thing. So I think it's, it's fair to ask who is determining actual risk.
So I understand what you're saying, Julie. I think that it is, we do mention in our report the impact of these monitoring visits and the way in which they're documented. It is the insurance company's prerogative to use publicly available information to rate people. So I would say it is extremely important for government agencies to understand that the way they document things has real life implications on the members of their community. So this is in everything. I may be new in this environment, and it might be because some of the increasing litigation. I mean, we all are aware of the fact that there has been some changes in litigation, in legislation in Washington state, which are very admirable in certain ways, but could open up insurance companies to very, very substantial damages. Because of that, I can't say because of that. It's probably not unrelated that insurance companies are being very, very diligent right now in their underwriting. So just like a private passenger auto insurer is going to get your motor vehicle records, this happens all over the place, and the information is more public than ever before, right? So I think, and we've said this in other reports, and it's something that's come up in this report, it's very, very important for government agencies to understand the ways in which their documentation is going to be used.
That's so true. And Lois did further comment and say Child Care Check also doesn't show when or how fast corrections occur. And that's a big majority of the problem. I mean, I might get written up because something is broken at the center and it's fixed within the hour. So,
right.
Yeah.
Yes. And again, I would say, I mean, I don't know who's on the call from which different organization, and I'm not trying to take sides or anything, but I would say if a government agency is going to make information publicly available in the best interests of the parents, right? I mean, if there's something really wrong with the child care organization, a parent needs to know, right? But they need to understand if a citation is mentioned 5 times, people are going to notice it. If there's not an opportunity to timely correct that citation, it just stays there. So those are things people need to know. I see there's more things coming in. There's nothing like I actually hate controversy, but wherever I go, controversy seems to brew.
Yeah, Susie said it may be AI doing the rating.
Could be anything, but it's probably, I don't know. It could be AI. Nowadays, everything could be AI, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's some person who's checking these things off, or some combination of AI and a person. And also it's important to know that most of these insurance companies, many of them are national or at least regional. They're not like a little Washington specific organization. So it's important for the local organizations to understand how information may be understood or misunderstood.
Right. Marlene did say that the report will be available at the end of the month, and that community engagement will send it out to both advisory groups when they have it. Mindy said, I think the issue is how the insurance companies are interpreting the information. Laura says, State Farm said for homes, they must notify OIC if they're increasing rates and justify why. But that is not the case for us. Her insurance went up from 8 to 20,000 per year, and she was trying to understand why. Is there any chance they will be capped? And what can they legally capped at what they can legally increase? So
Do you want me to answer any of those? I know we're out of time. So do you want me to answer any of that or?
Disculpe, ¿puedo hablar?
I don't know who spoke up there.
Somebody has their hand raised.
So we are 1 minute over. I see somebody named Sakaro has their hand up. If you could put your question in the chat, we have to move on to the next topic. But I appreciate all the comments, all the information. It's a bummer that he's busy. We understand why he's busy, though. And we will try to get this topic to come back to provider supports, possibly ELAC. I can't speak for that, but we're moving on. Thank you for coming today, Rebecca.
Thank you.
So I'm going to let you know that there is a meeting reflection survey for this topic. It should be in the chat. I'm sure it will be in the chat here in a minute. There we go. Meeting survey. If you could click on that and do the survey, and I will pass it over to Andrea Carrillo, who is a co-chair for ELAC.
Hi, y'all. Thanks again. I know we already said thanks for being here, but it really is important to have those lived experiences in the room. Next up, we have Dr. Brian Knowles, ELAC co-chair and mental health consultant with Holding Hope at Bright Spark Early Learning Services, and Janet, I'm going to assume Fritz, Holding Hope Director, Child Care Aware of Washington. This presentation is going to explore Washington State's approach to enhancing infant and early childhood mental health through strategies and stakeholder collaboration. And just as a reminder, make sure to speak slowly as we do have interpretation going on. So I will pass it over to Dr. Knowles.
Great. Thank you, Andrea. It's a pleasure to be in space with you all today. And good afternoon to everyone. So yeah, we're going to explore Washington State's approach to infant and early mental health childhood. We can go to the next slide. Okay, so just a quick overview. I'm wanting to highlight, strategies to enhance mental health outcomes, but also highlight what's already been done here in the state. For some of us who know DC-05, which is a diagnostic tool that's been implemented throughout the state. So the state has really been moving forward and doing really good things in infant and early childhood mental health consultation. What it is essentially is a preventative approach where mental health professionals like myself partner with adults or caregivers or teachers or even home visitors as well. And so we're going to explore that as well as frameworks. We're going to also talk about an introduction and overview of Holding Hope Mental Health Consultation Program, which is the Washington State's program, and highlight, let's see, some of those frameworks which are here. So accessible tools, the circle of security model, the FAN approach, reflective consultation, as well as some other frameworks that are used and utilized by coaches, infant, toddler, early achiever, as well as trainings for providers. Next slide, please. All right, so in the nature of considering mental health, I just want us to pause and really just think about this question. How are the current mental health initiatives and your role supported by your day-to-day? And that role could be director, that role could be lawmaker, policymaker, provider. How is that role supporting mental health initiatives generally? And where do you feel you need support currently? And so just hold that in mind. As questions come up for you or thoughts come up for you, feel free to share them in chat. Next slide, please. Okay, so the importance of mental health. Early mental health support is crucial for a healthy development. It helps impact the child way of being, and it improves emotional regulation. It enhances learning and development, and also create stronger parent-child bonds. And just to add a little bit more on that, mental health really truly is relational. It's relational in framing. It strengthens those bonds overall. So not just parent to child, but provider to child, teacher to child. It's extremely important for that brain architecture of that child as they continue to grow. The brain is highly impressionable, especially in early years. And the way in which you interact with the child or that child's ecosystem really truly will be impacted during these early years of care. So next slide. Okay, and now I'm going to pass it over to Janet Fritz, who is the director of the Washington State Holding Hope Mental Health Consultant Program.
Hello, everybody. It's nice to be here with all of you. Can you hear me all right? Okay, good. I'm the director of the Holding Hope Mental Health Consultation Program at Childcare Aware of Washington. Brian is one of our consultants, as you may know, and he has colleagues across the state who are doing this work in licensed childcare settings. Participants and early achievers are eligible to participate in the Holding Hope Mental Health Consultation Program, and we partner with early learning coaches to support the social emotional well-being in childcare settings. There are other mental health consultation services with which you may be familiar, such as in ECAP and in Head Start. And as we think toward the future about the necessity of infant mental health supports across our system, I think about the needs within not only Head Start, ECAP, and childcare, but also ESIT and child welfare and home visiting programs and primary care, all the services that touch the lives of young children and their families. Please, next slide. Before I go too much into this, this is a multi-level prevention effort. And these are the 4 levels at which we offer consultation. But before I go there, I want to acknowledge some of the champions for mental health consultation who are in this room. And I don't know if she's still here, but Secretary Sen was really instrumental in mental health consultation and childcare happening in Washington State. And we've got some of our other DCYF partners on this call and are really grateful for the support you've provided over the years. We launched in 2020, right at the height of the pandemic, and we had steady growth year after year after year until this past year when the state budget crisis created obviously this huge deficit, and we were one of the services that was cut. And we were cut from 25 consultants and 2 system leaders to 13 consultants now, so basically in half. However, we are still strong, we are still mighty, we're still operating according to our evidence-based model, and we're working hard, and we're planning for the day when we will grow again. So optimistic here because we're holding hope. So this slide shows you the multiple levels at which consultation can be helpful. Usually we're called into a program because of the needs of an individual child. and they want some support with identifying and assessing and understanding what's happening. And usually when we get in, we see that it's not just about the child, that there are other levels of intervention that could be really helpful for the program and other factors that are affecting how well the child is doing. So we often end up with plans around the needs of an individual child, but we're also working with classroom staff to enhance their capacities and to relieve their stress levels, because it's often very stressful to have a child with some significant behaviors in the class. And we also work very closely with program directors around overall policies and practices that are in place at the program and ways that they can enhance social emotional well-being for their staff and for the kids and also for the families. So with our team of about 13 consultants, we can serve approximately 100 childcare providers at any given point in time. But at each site, we've got multiple goals going on. And so we might have 3 or 4 focused children that we're really trying to support. We're also working on some classroom goals. We're working on programmatic goals. And we're also partnering with coaches and other system leaders to continue and sustain the work. Next slide, please. So this is, our services are on-site and virtual. And in addition to our more intensive service model, which reflects service at all those levels that you just saw there, we also offer virtual services, open office hours, and group consultation. And the reason that we do that is because we know there is such limited access for providers to mental health consultants. With 13 consultants and thousands of providers and thousands of children in care across the state, 13 of us quickly get spread pretty thin. So we have just recently instituted these more intentional open office hours and group consultation experiences so that a provider can jump in and talk with a mental health consultant regardless of whether they've been referred to the program or not. So, and those groups are offered in Spanish and in English right now. We did have more language capacity on the team, but unfortunately with downsizing lost some of that talent on the team. And our model here in Washington State for mental health consultation is based on the Georgetown model and the Arizona model, both of which are evidence-based approaches to supporting young children in care. And as Brian said, mental health professionals are partnering with directors and program staff and parents to address concerns that might be related to mental health or developmental concern or relational health and overall well-being. So we collaborate with teachers and families and directors. Our ultimate goal is to promote the social emotional health and well-being of all of the individuals who are associated with the childcare program, and also to consider whether there might be actual mental health concerns at work here that need to be addressed. And so we're often in a position of conducting, assisting in developmental screenings and making sure that families get referred to additional supports in the community. Next slide, please. And I think I mostly covered all of the things that are on here. Yeah, we're basically set up for licensed childcare providers. We provide resources, information, and support for the coaches so that they also can support providers by extension. And we engage with regional partners to collaborate around services in the community. Next slide. And these are some of our guiding principles for our work. We're really grounded in equity and culturally responsive practice. We have a very diverse team of consultants, and we actually have 4 Spanish speakers on the team right now, which is wonderful because there are so many Spanish-speaking childcare providers. And we really have a relationship-based and collaborative, individualized approach. Consultation is going to look different site by site. And some places we're diving deep into supporting kids, and some places we're doing more systematic and programmatic work with site leadership. And we keep ourselves grounded in good developmental knowledge and mental health principles. And we try to be very flexible and attuned and responsive to the concerns that the adults in care are expressing. This is really an adult-based intervention. We're not doing direct work with the kids. And this is a point of confusion sometimes for providers. But we're there to enhance the adults' capacity and understanding of what's going on and how to support that child in care. And we remain grounded in our consultative stance and in our reflective practice. And we take all of this very seriously as we're really trying to support the truly complex needs that that some of our childcare providers are facing. Multi-stress sites with many families experiencing lots of stress. It's hard work. And it's helpful to have somebody to walk alongside you while you're doing it. If you could go to the next slide, please. These are our lenses of mental health consultation. So as I mentioned, we're called in often to address the needs about a child, but there are multiple contextual and systematic and cultural biological factors that might be affecting that child's behavior. And so our job is to go in and collaboratively explore with the staff what might be going on behind that. And often it's not a quick fix. And this is hard because sometimes providers are on the verge of feeling like they can't manage the child anymore and they might need to let the child go. And that's a practice that we want to interrupt as best we can. And at the same time, it's not a simple fix sometimes. The kids' needs are complex, the family needs are complex, and we have to really kind of take a deep dive and figure out what's going to be most helpful and what additional supports might really help this child and family. So our consultants really bring a broad base of knowledge to the work because they're looking at all these different factors that could be impacting the situation. And they're trained in trauma-informed practice and circle of security, which Brian is going to go into. They're well-versed in the FAN approach of attunement. We think systemically, so we're really grounded in systems theory. We know that a child is only going to do as well as their caregivers are doing and as the environment supports them to do. So lots of factors to consider, and it's sometimes it's like a little bit of a detective mission to try to figure out what's underlying the behavior. And sometimes it's a stress response, which I know Brian's also going to talk about. So next slide, please. And these are just some of the activities that you would see consultants doing on a daily basis with the providers they're working with. So we're observing, we're doing needs assessments and screenings, we're consulting with teachers and parents and directors, we're collaboratively developing goals, action plans, and strategies, and we're sharing and modeling strategies. So this is where we do get a little bit hands-on, but we always do that in partnership with the teacher. We would never just walk into a classroom and jump in and take over. We work in partnership to try, they need to be comfortable with our jumping in and trying something with a child. And it might work and it might not work. And the child doesn't know us. And so the child's primary caregiver is the person that we really want to support. So let's see, I think that is about it. And ultimately, we are really working towards sustainable change. We hope that we can be relatively done at a site within 9 months to a year or so. Sometimes the needs are greater and
more is needed, but we also have many providers who are waiting for our services, and we need to do what we can and then build capacity at that site and then move on and try to support another one. So if you could go on, please. And these are just a couple of quotes about the impact of consultation. And let's go quickly to the next one because I'm taking up too much time, Brian. Sorry about that. And these are some of the demonstrated outcomes of mental health consultation for kids and families, for teachers and providers. Consultation has a good track record of reducing challenging behaviors and supporting social emotional well-being, reducing rates of suspension and expulsion from care, and improving teacher-child relationships, and overall reduction in stress, which is good because we need regulated and calm teachers in order to have regulated and calm children. All right, next one, please. And oh yeah, so this is it is available at no cost to licensed childcare providers, and we're funded through at this point we're funded exclusively through DCYF through state funds. We have had some private philanthropic support from Perigee in the past as we were launching. But the state has sustained us going forward. And our challenges are, basically, there are just not enough of us. We can only serve about 2% of providers at a given point in time. We have an ongoing list of providers who want to come in. We have very high levels of provider stress and turnover, which can impact a site's capacity to really engage fully in consultation. And it's also a concern that suspension and expulsion practices in childcare are widespread, and that there's also an expectation that we can come in and fix it quickly, and that's challenging for us. And so it's a learning curve. And one of the other challenges that we face is that there is a stigma around mental health, and it's a long-standing one, and for some families, for good reason. And so we often find ourselves referring to our work not necessarily as mental health consultation, but as holding hope or as social emotional supports for staff and child well-being, and so on. And that's about all I have. I think, Brian, it's your turn, so I'm going to pass it over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Janet. That was really good information. And I'm sitting here and I'm going through the chat, and I have to say, while I'm sure we appreciate the praise, it's really you all. It's the providers, it's the individuals doing the work. Early on in this presentation, someone mentioned how you know your site, and so essentially we're there to provide you the tools to be able to do the work that you love to do impactfully. So thank you for those who have said such beautiful things. And so reflective practice and consultative stance. So our focus is on how to approach the relationship. It's all rooted in relationship, that provider to caregiver, caregiver to parent, parent to child. That makes up the child ecosystem. And so we utilize these tools to make sure that we are having insight that's shared, because it's a partnership, it's a collaboration. We're all there for the same thing, and that is to make sure that the efforts of that childcare or that brain development of that child or that site or that center is rooted in safety, positivity, and trust. Next slide, please. Okay, so what is reflective supervision? Reflective supervision is a process that emphasizes understanding and skill building through reflection. I would even remove the word supervision and say leadership or reflection in general. It involves actively listening to caregivers experiencing feelings with the goal of analyzing those feelings to foster a professional growth and improve a child's overall outcome or even a site. The importance of reflective supervision is crucial for, the childcare site. It's something that I often talk about with the directors that I serve, bringing in reflective leadership, making sure that your staff feel heard, and then by way modeling for them what reflection look like so that they can do it with their parents and their classes. A significant benefit is it reduces burnout. Caregiver engaging and reflective practice often report higher job satisfaction, ultimately leading to an enhanced quality care and providing children with better emotional and social foundations. Next slide, please. Okay, and the consultative stance. It is categorized by a collaborative approach. Again, that word, collaboration, again, that values input from all parties. That includes the caregivers, the supervisors, the directors, the family, and even the child when necessary. It encourages open communication and meaningful exchange and strengthen relationships amongst everyone involved. Again, placing that emphasis on the partnership. The benefits of the consultative stance for childcare providers is adopting a consultative stance empower them to promote skills enhancement through a shared learning experience. For families, the benefit is experiencing stronger connections with their providers and increased engagements in the child's education and emotional well-being. All too often, I see cases where the provider and the family are at distance because parents are very protective of their kids as they should be, and the provider knows what's best for them at that moment in their care. And so by taking this approach, you help build that collaborative. It is a partnership. We're all there for the kid, and to hopefully help make that environment better. Next slide, please. And then, so integrative reflective supervision and consultative stance, integrating these practices foster a culture of reflection within any childcare setting. Regular check-ins and discussions create opportunities for sharing experiences while supporting continuous learning through professional development. And keeping staff energized and motivated to want to do the work that they do. It encourages open dialogue and lead to a more cohesive team that's better equipped to handle challenging situations. Practical strategies are scheduled structured supervision meetings regularly to focus on reflective practice, what's being done right, what's not being done right, and really truly creating that relational safety. To be in relationship with, we must feel safe. We must feel like it's trusting. And so these are things that directors and caregivers can do to foster a more reflective and consultative stance within their practice. Next slide, please. And then enhancing the field. So infant and early childhood mental health is critically important for the healthy development of the child. 98%, 99% of the child's brain is developed between, the ages of 0 or infantry to the age of 5. And so we are definitely in the foundation of the child's neurodevelopment. And so keeping in mind that everything we do, most of our interactions with that child is really truly going to help or hurt the architecture of that brain. So now we're going to explore various consultation frameworks to utilize in the field and to highlight practical ways providers can leverage these frameworks to support their staff, their parents, and children within early childcare. Next slide, please. And just to offer clarity, a framework is a practical guide. It's a guide for an assessment or an intervention. I often even like to say a framework could be used for prevention. That's something that we often like to do. I know myself in practice, I hope to prevent something rather than have to intervene or have an intervention of something. But that's the nature of the work. But it offers a common language for various professionals to coordinate care that matches a child's specific developmental need. And so that's the framework. The first one I'm going to introduce you to is Circle of Security. The Circle of Security parent education model is designed to enhance security and attachments between a parent and the child through visual guidance for parenting and or caregiving, because this could also be used within childcare settings. Key principles of attachment theories are highlighted through this. So is it secure? What can we do to make sure that it's a secure attachment? And going over the various types of attachments as well. It facilitates the caregiver's ability to be a secure base and safe haven, making that child feel safe and heard and accepted. And it also encouraged engagement activities, which include images, to show the circle of security as a graphic and ask participants how they could use that model within their practice. The next slide. And then the FAN. The FAN approach is a framework that we use. It stands for Facilitating Attuned Interactions. It focuses on the relationship building through reflective practice. I like to describe it as being a way to know how we show up within space. One of the wedges on FAN is mindful self-regulation, or MSR. It's something that we within practice attempt to do before going to a site visit. And even in teaching this framework to a director or a provider, making sure that they are in that mindful self-regulation, that they are, connected with self before being there to hold space for others. And the span really truly is an approach. It's an interactive component that provides studies and have teams discuss effective practices as they observe. It's widely used across various states and settings, and it enhances parents' engagement and learning to tune into the child needs by understanding where you're at within this FAN model. It's one of my personal favorites. Next slide, please. And I am now going to talk about Fine program. I think I'm going to probably pass this one to Janet, but it is a program that's introduced actually through someone who may be here, Roxanne Barzan. We've had some really good pioneers of this work. And as a consultant within this space, I'm extremely grateful in understanding the impact of infant and early childhood mental health and its importance, really, truly, systemically, as it relates to the caregiver and the provider. I'm appreciative to have pioneers and advocates like you all. But one of the programs that came out of that advocacy was the FINE program, which is Fuming Interaction to Nurture Development. And I'll pass it on to Janet to provide further insight.
Yeah, Brian, thanks for calling out Roxanne. She was instrumental in developing the infant toddler coaching, the B3QI, it's now referred to, which actually predated the development of the mental health consultation program. And one of the things that the B3QI coaches can do is offer this FIND program, which is really focused on serve and return interactions and strengthening the positive things that caregivers are already doing with kids. And it's a wonderful intervention, and it's time limited. So we often partner with the B3QI coaches as well as the early achievers coaches. And we might say there's a particular toddler classroom or infant classroom that really could benefit from this and make a referral if needed. And if you'll go to the next slide, the other thing that the B3QI coaches have done is, they've really done a lot to train and promote the use of developmental screening among child care providers, which is really critically important, especially if there are concerns about a given child. And so a lot of providers have been trained in using the ASQ and the ASQSE, but we're also finding on the ground that their capacity to use it regularly can be challenged, just given the intensiveness of it and the number of children that they might be serving and so on. So mental health consultants are often in a position to support a provider when there is a child who's been identified as needing support. So we might support a provider and a family in completing the ASQ and the ASQSE, reviewing the results of it and thinking thoughtfully with them about what might be helpful for this child, both in the classroom and does this child need any further assessment or a referral to additional support or services. So next slide. And I'm sure this group knows a lot about the Washington Pyramid Model and the work that's been done there. We've been really grateful for our partnership with DCYF on this as well. All of our mental health consultants are trained in the pyramid model. And also, we're in the process of training up as much of the coach workforce as we can. And we would love to see more provider exposure to the pyramid model, as it really is an extremely helpful framework for focusing on social emotional development and tailoring interventions based on the needs that are seen. We also have, I don't know if Michelle Aguilar is still here, but she, down at the ESD 112 in Vancouver, they have facilitated a pyramid model pilot program with a handful of providers who are really working hard to implement the pyramid model to fidelity. And so that's been a real success, and grateful for DCYF's continued support for this. I think this was originally funded through the preschool development grant, so that was helpful for us. So next slide. And then Brian, I think I could pass it over back to you. Do you want to talk a little bit about the different practices and targeted supports, or?
Yes, definitely. Thanks, Janet. And I'll finish up the pyramid model structures. It's three different tiers. We look at it from the universal practice that creates kind of that high level environment for all children within the site. So it helps us promote positive relationship and engaging lesson plans that would hopefully help build emotional skills and good behavior. Something here I like to kind of credit to this particular tier is by implementing books that talks about emotional, themes or feelings, bringing it back to the emotion. Tier two is a targeted support. So this is a level where additional help may be needed for a child facing something specific, whether it's home or not getting along with peers. It's usually group or tailored to that particular child. And then lastly is tier three, which is intensive intervention. This level provides personalized support for children with significant behavioral or emotional needs involving families and specialists. I like to consider this to be more of a wraparound approach. And so if we refer out to an OT or if we refer out to another behavioral specialist, we then wrap around with them and the family and the provider to really truly offer some of that more intensive intervention when necessary. Next slide, please. And then seed. Seed is something that's fairly new that's also being implemented by B3QI or infant toddler coaches within our particular organization. It stands for Supporting Early Educators Development. It's a program that consists of a 10-week course focusing on building nurturing environments, understanding and guiding a child's behavior, and supporting sensory play and motor skills. It's something that's receiving a lot of positive feedback, and I am excited to see where it goes. Next slide, please. And then the neurorelational framework. This is my personal favorite. I really truly think that it goes beyond just what we have kind of come to learn within this field of infant and early childhood mental health. It really truly emphasized the fact that all behaviors have meaning. They're not just done and siloed. And so the neurorelational framework provides a comprehensive understanding of a child's behavior by emphasizing the interplay between the child's neurological development the relational experience and the environmental influence. When I started working within this particular field of work, I came in with the lens of biopsychosocial. So it is something that I'm viewing the biology, the physical makeup of the child, how the social environment of the child interrelates to the psychology of the child. They're not one, separate thing. While they're individual, they all come together to make up that child's ecosystem. In this framework, kind of create an understanding of that behavior so that we can better understand what's considering factors or underlying stress responses versus that child's intention when analyzing a child's behavior to recognize that not all actions are driven by intentionality. And that piece for me is really important. Something else I see working in the field is a lot of providers at times feel that the behavior is intentional. I have parents to this day who believe that their 3-year-old behavior is calculating. And some of the language that we hear, it's like, it could be. We let's explore that more. Like, why are you feeling that? But this framework really truly emphasize a way to understand that the behavior is not intentional, nor is it calculating, that it have a different meaning, and it help us frame our own thoughts to understand that this meaning is something that's not intentional. I mean, just lastly on this piece, stress is adaptive. It's adaptive to that child. It's adaptive to us. It's not good nor bad. It could be, but it don't have to be. It's adaptive. And I want to encourage us to kind of keep that in mind, that it is adaptive in nature. Next slide, please. So again, this perspective encouraged caregivers and educators to take a step back and to consider the context in which the behavior occurs. Factors such as I just mentioned, stress or trauma, anxiety, sensory overload, or changes in routines can have a significant impact on that child's behavior or that child's response to what's happening in the environment. Furthermore, the neurorelational framework highlights the importance of relationship in that child's development, and peer-to-peer foster resilience, while negative or inconsistent relationships may contribute to a maladaptive behavior. Overall, the neurorelational framework advocates for a holistic view of the child's behavior, one that considers the complex interactions between neurological processes and relational dynamics, as well as that environment, biopsychosocial again. Recognizing that children may not always behave with intention allows for a more compassionate and effective approach in supporting their development. Next slide, please. And then I just wanted to highlight certain key sensory systems, visual, what is likely being seen, what is likely being smelled, olfactory, gustatory, what we taste, what they taste, tactile, what's being felt, auditory, what's being heard. Even the joints and muscles are part of the sensory system, balance and movement, vestibular, and interoception for internal senses that we may not see. Next slide, please. And then here I am wanting to highlight that over, in, or under responses, whether it's avoiding behavior or seeking behavior for response, are the same. So they react in a way that seem extreme to input. They engage in activity that seem to be repetitive, and they engage in activity that might look out of place for the situation. And so when we are seeing a kid who is just always hyperactive, doing story time. That is an over response possibly to something, or nap time. And despite having calming music and the appropriate wind down period, there's still a response. They're avoiding or seeking something. So whether they are avoiding bedtime because they're seeking interaction, they're one of the same, and they often show up very similar. And so the response to the environment, all systems are working together and are against each other. It may not be one input, but a combination that causes the need for regulatory behavior. And it goes back to co-regulation. We have to make sure as the adults in this child ecosystem that we are regulated so that we can help them regulate by co-regulating. So just something to keep in mind. Next slide, please. Okay, and then sensory supportive environment. Something I want to encourage you to do is to audit your space for the providers that are keep in mind concepts of smell, sound, pathways, visuals. Do you have a space where this child could regulate, reset, and rejoin? I used to be a fan of cozy corners. Get creative with that space. Have sensory seeking items for them. But always remember, simple changes first. Things that are simple, that are easy for you to do. As always, what's easy and what's best for your environment. And then adapt from a new lens. I encourage changing our approach for these little ones that may have very big behaviors, tools that are normalized and as an everyday part of the day, kind of implementing them in, whether it's a job chart board for some of our toddlers, things that can kind of be a normal practice that kind of help give responsibility. Adaptive lens is never earned necessarily. It is something that is done with intention. So we have to be intentional. We have to be patient. And then provide opportunities to support, utilize for experts. We are here. There's only 13 of us serving the state, but we are here. And there are other agencies that are doing very similar work. Reach out for resources. Lean on the experts. We're not OTs, but we can provide referrals for OTs. Keep that in mind. And most importantly, for everyone, remember it takes time. Behavior has meaning, and understanding that meaning is done day by day. So give yourself patience, be patient with the situation, and just know that as long as you continue to work, it's gonna, work out for the better. Hopefully. That's always the hope and holding hope. Next slide, please. And then just lastly, implementing some of these frameworks for directors, leaders, even those who are not working within childcare centers. These are all done on a systemic level. So supporting staff, providing training and professional development through workshops and training can lead to skills needed to identify and address mental health needs, for providers and leaders within some of these arts. What are things we can do or trainings we can incorporate to hopefully aid against burnout? Supervision and reflection. Establishing a framework for ongoing supervision allows for staff to engage in reflective practice that enhances their ability to support children emotionally, but also their team emotionally. Adults, we need reflective practice. As a clinician in this field, reflective supervision is often needed. And so just thinking of it from that lens, not approaching it as judgment, like I highlighted earlier, but truly as a team effort to be collaborative in the approach. And then for those providers and childcare directors, engaging in parents, having parent workshops, offering workshops that's focused on infant mental health, can empower parents with knowledge and practical strategies to support children's emotional and social development. And then homeschool collaboration, creating open lines to communicate between the site and the parent can help foster an approach to address concerns and celebrate wins when they are present. And lastly, it all comes down to the child, supporting children, implementing strategies in the classroom, utilizing frameworks to foster resilience, emotional regulation, and positive relationship with their peers can create a nurturing environment conducive to learning and growth. Tailored interventions, individualized plans can be developed for children showing signs of emotional distress and focusing on their unique strengths and their needs. And that's something that we could definitely help out with. Next slide, please. Okay, and just addressing urgent challenges. While we are doing this work, and the evidence and data support that it has such positive impact, there is still an urgent challenge that kind of remain. As highlighted by Janet earlier, due to the last legislative session, our teams was cut in half. And so there's 13 mental health consultants in this serving the entire state of Washington. And so just something to keep that in mind when you think of the amount of providers and children, most importantly, that these providers are serving. And so I encourage us to identify key challenges being addressed, to consider the lack of access to mental health resources for some of these more rural communities, systemic misalignment with communities' needs. All too often I hear from providers that says exactly that. They don't feel, trust, from systems or agencies. Something to keep in mind. How can we foster that trust from a systemic point of view? And I would just say that I believe it's rooted in relational safety. Emphasize the need of systemic solutions to these barriers as well. Next slide, please. And then pivotal themes for advancement. There's three themes I identified: respect for diverse cultural worldviews, support for workforce well-being, and develop equitable systems and organizational cultures. These are three things I believe that are crucial for a successful, work in mental health field. And this is specifically for the agencies. These are things that should hopefully be done or considered systemically to really truly help build that relational safety that I referred to earlier. Next slide, please. Okay, and now I think I'm not going to do this. So I just want to highlight the importance of establishing connection and fostering a culture by active listening. These have been things that I've heard from providers, and there's some even here on in this meeting that I would welcome to provide insight and feedback from the workforce, the individuals actually doing the work in this space and time. And I believe the next slide would be questions and answers. So feel free to provide that feedback. But I hope that I have given voice, at least from what I see, as a mental health consultant within the field, to the concerns and issues that providers face as it relates to the mental health of their site and their children within their care. Next slide, please. And more strategies. So for implementation, training programs on cultural competency, realizing that we're all different. Our children comes from very different cultures, likely. Wellness initiatives for mental health professionals, and developing policies that promote equity with organizations. This is something that we can advocate for from with all of our lawmakers. I believe Senator Wilson was on the call earlier. This is something that she's been really, truly a pioneer for. And so just continue advocacy around these things as it relates to mental health. Next slide. And then conclusion. We've made it to the end. Thank you all for your patience. But the call to action that I'm going to leave you with is to emphasize the significance of supporting mental health initiatives for children. There was a word that was used earlier that really truly stuck with me, and it was preservation. How do we preserve what's already been created that has been shown to work? From a systemic level as well as individual micro level. Encourage collaboration between professionals for improved outcome. How can we partner with system leads and government? I appreciate my role on ELAC as a co-chair because I believe I am doing just that by bringing this lens to this space because it is needed. And then lastly, advocate for further investment in mental health resources, as highlighted by Janet earlier. Funding could be flexible. And so how can we best, advocate for that further investment or retain what we have, by protecting it. So I leave you with those. And next slide, please. Last reflective thought. What is one commitment you will take back to your work after this presentation today? That's something that you can hold in mind within your own personal self-reflection, or even feel free to share. Yeah, just leaving you with an additional reflective thought as this work is reflective. So next slide, please. And with that, I open the floor for questions. Thank you all. I see there's a few in the chat. I don't know.
Yeah, Brian, I think one of them is if y'all have outcome data for the work that's being done.
That's a good question. Janet, I'll let you.
Sure. Well, as I mentioned before, our program is based on an evidence-based model that has had positive outcomes for children, families, and for providers. We haven't had a significant amount of money to invest in an outcomes evaluation per se. We did do a process evaluation the very first year, and that was funded through the Perigee Fund. Thanks to them. We also do, and we're in the middle of revising, we have provider and parent feedback surveys that we send out when service is completed. We used to send them out every 6 months, but we weren't getting a good return rate. And so we realized we need to revamp our survey itself. But it gets at some of these questions about what changes have you seen in staff? What changes have you seen in children? What has been helpful? What might we do differently to improve our support for programs? So I would love to do an outcomes evaluation, like a more intensive one someday soon. And I've actually had experience with that as I was working in Arizona with the mental health consultation program there. There's a lot of value in demonstrating your impact. We do report to DCYF regularly every 6 months, and we include gazillions of success stories where, anecdotal stories that we've heard directly from the consultants and the providers. And so we try to collect those things as well, and use those in advocacy efforts and reporting and so on. So long answer.
Thank you for
Yes.
that. And I think kind of to add to that, another question is what advocacy support is there that we can be a part of?
Well, that's great. Thank you. Keep your eye on the state budget that will get released and what is happening during the ledge session. And if you are concerned, or if we are concerned that mental health consultation might be on the chopping block again, which it might, it's entirely possible. We were fortunate that they preserved half of our funding, but we also realized that the state is facing a continuing deficit, and that there are other services which are considered more necessary, although we disagree. But to advocate, follow what's happening with the ledge session. If the bills are being heard, or there's going to be public comment accepted on various proposals, you can weigh in on those. You can also testify in person. If you also wanted to share a story that we could then take at CCA, Childcareware, and use in other advocacy efforts, because we have a team of advocates around the state who are working on things, as you know. And there's also a provider design team group who is really strong in advocating for our work as well. So another long answer, sorry.
Oh, great. Thank you both so much for all of this great information. I know in the chat there was how to access the program, and it looks like those were answered within the chat. So
Right. And I did have a chance to read the chat, and I especially want to thank Renee for her support. Those were beautiful words that you used, and many others chimed in as well. So thank you for your support, and thank you also for the opportunity for us to be here with you today and share our work.
we appreciate y'all. Just as a reminder to share feedback for this presentation, the link is also in the chat. And with that, I will hand it over to Hannah Bruning, who is our one of our regional advisors for ELAC.
Thank you, Andrea. I just want to echo what everybody said. Brian and Jeanette, your presentation was very informative, and the topic, as a mental health endorsed individual who used to provide B3QI coaching, it is very to my heart. And I was also very moved by the comments from providers who have had fantastic experiences with these programs. I do encourage you all to continue to share those stories. As an advocate for childcare aware myself, when I visit childcare providers, infant mental health comes up. And so we are talking to our legislators about the program, and I encourage you to do that. I have the pleasure of introducing our final presenters for the day. This presentation is going to be given by Brett Skinner, Child Care Policy Manager, the Licensing Division, Mindy Flett, Tribal Child Care Licensing Consultant, Susie Campbell, Staff Qualifications Coordinator, along with Susie Lee, who is the CEO of REWA, and they will be providing an update on staff qualifications groups.
Oh, thank you. So I think we can go to the next slide. So my name is Brett Skinner, and I'm with Licensing Division with the Child Care Policy Program Manager. And again, I want to thank everybody for showing up, for all the efforts, in all the different areas, and for investing your time, in all these things to make our communities better. So I was going to talk a little bit about what we're going to do today. So we're going to be talking about the House Bill 1648, the Staff Qualifications Bill. And we're going to kind of go over the objectives of the kind of the bill and the work group that's ongoing, which has a lot of there are a lot of members that are in the room today that are here as well. So continued appreciation. We're going to talk about the work group key accomplishments, input and questions, and then we're going to also talk about next steps. And you can go to the next slide. So we've kind of talked about the work group, and we're going to continue to talk about the work group. And I know that not everybody can attend these meetings, so some of this we're going to go over again so that people can continue to join in and understand the baseline behind what we're talking about. So we're going to talk about the House Bill 1648, and we're going to also talk about the role of the two groups that are here today, provider supports, and the Early Learning Advisory Committee. And then we also have our Indian policy group that also we meet separately with quarterly. And we're going to continue to bring those recommendations. We're going to bring the conversation that we're having there to this group so that we can inform the suggestions and the work that we do with as much perspective, as much lived experience as we can. And, we're just committed to do that. So we're going to keep doing that. And we're consistently looking for ways to engage. So even if you have comments or thoughts that come to you after this or offline, you can continue to reach out and send those to us. And then, the executive steering committee and the work group we'll use the broader input that we get from the recommendations from the work group and from this group to refine the recommendations and rule development. And then we have a responsibility within the bill to report that to the legislature in a final report. And so we're going to continue to work on that. We have monthly meetings. The next one is this coming Thursday. And we're going to work through some key things that the rest of our group members are going to kind of talk about. And we need to get that final report by August of 2026 before submission. And so I am going to hand it over to Susie to talk about the next piece.
Thank you. We can go to the next slide. So going over the November work group key accomplishments, in scoping our work, we reviewed the context and goals of the work group to ensure shared understanding, identified priority discussion topics to guide focus over the next several months, and clarified decision-making processes to support transparency and consistency. PACE, the provider access to a community equivalent, design, delivery, and participant experience. We were able to explore the current structure and delivery of PACE, including strengths and opportunities for recommended change. We heard from all three PACE contractors, Imagine, Childcare Aware of Washington, and Cultivate, who shared the history of PACE's development and how and why the current model was created, program data and trends, completion patterns, and individual testimony. During collaborative dialogue, we facilitated conversations that elevated shared insights as well as areas needing additional conversation. And we noted themes to bring forward into future sessions. I'm going to hand it off to Mindy.
Next slide, please. Thank you. So, hi, I'm Mindy Flood. I'm the Tribal Childcare Licensing Consultant in Office of Tribal Relations. So for topic one, so building on those constraints and realities that we just heard, we're going to take a look at the 4 proposed topics across the span of the work group. And so for topic one, we'll explore opportunities to improve access to the community-based training pathway, PACE. This is an area where even within our current constraints, we really have some meaningful influence to make some progress here. So we'll start by highlighting the strengths of PACE, what's working well right now. From there, we'll move into identifying barriers to participation. That includes barriers experienced broadly by early educators, as well as those that may uniquely impact culturally or linguistically diverse communities, including tribal and community-based programs. We also want to reflect on how PACE connects with higher education pathways. How can we ensure alignment and clear articulation between PACE and degree programs? And ultimately, we're looking for your recommendations, both from your own work and from what you hear in the community, on ways to improve this pathway. And finally, as we expand PACE into an online environment, what factors should we consider to ensure equity and effective implementation? These questions will help us identify where adjustments can be made to improve PACE implementation. And so that focus on access and implementation leads us naturally into our next topic. I'll pass that on to Brett.
Okay. And so I should just provide some context. We're kind of going through we're going through the topics, and you can see the questions, and we're going to have some time at the end to sort of weigh in on thoughts or suggestions around some of these things. So you can kind of look at the bullets and let your brain start to work through it. But in topic 2, we're going to be identifying measures to streamline and clarify the administrative rules and DCF policies related to staff qualification requirements. And so, we know that the system can be complex. There can be a lot of confusion, and this can create a real barrier for, individual educators, but also for programs trying to meet the requirements and the system as a whole. So even though the topic won't be just about merit, which is, one of our tools to support verification, we're going to look at the policies, the administrative rules that govern staff qualifications, um, to look at the context of the qualification requirements and how they're communicated. So there can be a lot of potential solutions that are maybe simple and easy for us to get to if we really listen and understand some of those places those changes could be made in an easy way. So our goal in this portion of the conversation would be to surface those specific rules or policies that are causing that confusion. What are your pain points? What are policies that are too complex or they're duplicative? And then look at the potential adaptations. What can we simplify? What can we change in terms of communication on our websites or within the tools themselves? Um, and then also, just going hand in hand is the communication strategies. What would help people understand those requirements more clearly? There's some different things we can do to help engage the field and help make it as accessible and responsive as we should. And so we're going to continue to work to clarify the navigation through those things. And now we can go to the next slide.
So in topic 3, recognizing equivalent experience, we will continue our discussion and focus around how we recognize equivalent experience within the staff qualifications process, because the pathway of qualification doesn't look the same for every educator. It's essential that our systems support a range of educational and training backgrounds, whether earned here in Washington, across state lines, or internationally. First, the verification of equivalent education for both in-state and out-of-state credits relies on alignment with the definitions outlined in the Alternative Credential Guide, which we can put the link in the chat, I believe, if someone can do that for me. This is meant to create consistency and clarity, but we are hearing that this process is confusing or overly complex for educators and programs trying to comply. With international education, similar criteria apply, but the reality is that crosswalking international credits often introduces additional challenges: translation, varying formats, and different educational systems. We're looking to find out if there are ways we can better support educators navigating this process. Finally, for out-of-state training, educators must demonstrate how their training aligns with the Washington's early learning core competencies and how it's translated into their work. Is this process clear and accessible, or are there areas that feel burdensome or uncertain? We're looking to surface feedback that can help us make the recognition of equivalent experience more efficient, transparent, and equitable, so that all educators have a fair opportunity to demonstrate their qualifications. So on the next slide, thank you. Building on our conversation about recognizing equivalent experience, we'll want to turn our attention to the experience-based pathway, particularly as we look ahead to 2030, when all early learning staff will need to meet their staff qualification requirements. This pathway is critical, especially for individuals who bring years of hands-on skill and cultural knowledge, but may not have a traditional degree or credential. There are several important considerations for successful implementation. For instance, how are we documenting experience gained in settings like tribal certified facilities, which may not be captured in merit? We need to ensure that our systems respect and recognize these unique contexts. We also need to be thoughtful about recognizing out-of-state experience. What documentation or criteria are fair and feasible, and how do we ensure consistency while minimizing burdens? Merit itself will continue to be an important tool for verification. As we make updates to support this pathway, are we ensuring those changes are intuitive, clear, and user-friendly? Lastly, we must prioritize communication. How are we letting staff know they may qualify for this pathway? What messages or formats work best for culturally and linguistically diverse communities? Are there more effective strategies we should be considering, such as multilingual webinars, community champions, or partnerships with trusted organizations? Your insights can help us not only streamline the experience pathway, but ensure it is equitable, accessible, and reflective of the diverse excellence in our early learning workforce.
And in our fourth topic is supporting improved access to stackable certificates. So to start, we kind of want to recognize what is working. Are there aspects of the stackable certificate system that educators find accessible, motivating, or helpful? And then what are the examples that we can learn or build from? What are those stories? So that we know where our strengths are to build on those. And then, just we heard in last month's meeting that there are barriers. Are educators encountering challenges with enrollment, costs, scheduling, or navigating the requirements? Are there systematic or structural hurdles getting in the way? And then providers from culturally or linguistically diverse communities, do additional barriers exist? For example, are certificates offered in multiple languages? Is there adequate support from multilingual learners or for the individuals balancing work, family, and school? And so we're looking for recommendations both from this group and from hearing from the field. So we understand that you all also represent a lot of other voices, a lot of other roles out in the community. And it's not always possible to have all of that direct experience. So continuing to bring that perspective of your teams, of your community, is important to do this so that we can make it more inclusive and achievable for all of our early learning professionals. So these questions will help surface critical insights and practical solutions related to the stackable certificates. So now I'm going to hand it over to one of our special guests, which is Susan Lee, who we're super grateful that she could help co-facilitate or co-present at this meeting. And so she is on the work group and is going to help lead us through this next section.
Thanks, Brett. So we had a great meeting last month, and one of the things that we really want to get is to get some cross-pollination of ideas and get really informed about your experience with PACE. And, as a provider, I know many of us work in the field directly with our teachers. And so would love to hear your experience on what the challenges are related to being aware about PACE and what ideas that you have in order to improve some of the awareness. I know some of our teachers were not as familiar until after I was able to bring that to our centers. So opening up for folks to either use chat or unmute to share your experience.
Hi, Susan and
Hi.
Susie and Brett and Mindy. Sandra Nelson from Prim Child Care Center in Southeast Seattle. I have an employee who has been involved working on PACE for the last 2.5 years. He has not received any credentials or certifications, so we don't know if he's earned any ECE credits at all. I finally reached out to Susie regarding why he was kind of stuck after PACE 2, Part 2. And we found out that he had missed some of the sections in there, but his teacher didn't reach out or say anything to him. And so he didn't realize that. he's now completed those, and it's been over a month, and he still hasn't heard anything. So we're not really sure what we should do next. It it was nice for my teacher to be able to go online and go at his own pace. But he was a little frustrated at the lack of feedback or response that he got on a lot of the sections that he was doing. So that's where we are on that.
Thank you, Sandy, for sharing. I appreciate you. We also have somebody, Laura had put in the chat, my staff marked in merit that they were interested in PACE, but never heard back from PACE. So a couple of similar feedback with regards to communication. Any other thoughts or feedback with regards to your challenges on PACE? Oh, there's another one. Our center-based staff consistently do the 30-hour CCB within their first 90 days. We've had a few do EQEL, but that's where they tend to get stuck. Mainly if when it's cohorted, I know it's more recently been offered self-based, but a lot of times staff just decide to take their ECE credits through Olympic College instead. The first hurdle was making sure our managers truly understand the PACE process so that they can effectively explain to staff. Thanks, Renee. Totally true, by the way. Wonderful. Thank you. Should we get to the next slide for the other questions? So the next question is really similar. It's what challenges have you encountered in assessing PACE? And what suggestions would you have for improving that accessibility? Jacqueline had a comment here. It is in Espanol. Therefore, I will probably decline so that I don't butcher that language, even though I did take 4 years of Spanish in high school. Can someone do me a favor and read that out loud?
Yeah, sorry, I was typing it out. But Jacqueline's comment says PACE is found on the provider portal, but there's really not a lot of spaces like when I go into it.
Great feedback. Thank you. Muchas gracias. Sandy had a comment, which is, it would be nice to let the providers know when the cohort is open.
I would say there's multiple different platforms in which childcare basics, equal, the PACE modules kind of exist. And that's okay that they're on different platforms, but it would be great if there was like a central location on the DCYF website that just had direct links to where those were instead of having to always search for which platform these trainings are on.
Thank you. You got a thumbs up from Brett, by the way. Another comment from Renee. It would be nice to have, the training portal search function. And Laura, it would be nice to have brochures to hand out to staff to tell them when and how to sign up. YVA. Yep.
Susan, Gloria has her hand up as well.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't see the hand, so thank you.
Sí, con relación al programa de PACE, hablando del grupo de proveedores en español, podría decir que algún 30-40% prefieren tomarlo por Zoom en interacción con el maestro porque se les dificulta hacerlo en línea. Y no sé si lo gusta traducir. Y por medio de Imagen Instituto se están dando las clases en español, pero los grupos se llenan muy rápidamente y hay lista de espera. Entonces, si se pudiera impartir más vía Zoom con interacción del instructor, pudiera ser un poquito más efectivo y se tomaría más ventaja de que estén en línea y que estén teniendo problemas con la navegación. No sé si qué tanta posibilidad hubiera para tomar ventaja de esos cursos, porque yo he escuchado de proveedores que han dicho que les parece muy bien el curso, la información, están teniendo muy buenas experiencias, pero sí estar en interacción con el instructor vía Zoom. Gracias.
Thank you. We have another comment, a chat. I don't think I can say this name accurately, so I apologize in advance. My name is can someone help me here? But she is in a, thank you. She is in a meeting since 9 a.m. and I have to go to school meeting. Thank you for all the information. Oh, you're welcome. All right, I think we can go to the last slide. Great. So if you can share your experience with how you have already accessed, if you've already accessed PACE, can you share with us your experience? It would be great to hear some positive ones as well. Positive and also the challenges. So there's a comment that they've heard they are giving too much homework and it becomes very difficult. Any positive feedback with regards to PACE? Guadalupe, it is also important for organizations to refer interested students out to others so they are not on a waiting list. This could help with getting through the PACE certification. Awesome. Sandy says, staff says that it's nice to get to go at their own pace. Thank you all so much for your feedback. I really appreciate it.
And I just, thanks, Susan. And I just want to, yeah, thank everybody for all those comments and thoughts. And then were there a couple of comments up above that we didn't quite answer that were kind of before we started in on this feedback?
But there was one comment from Julie that asked with the new legislation about the experience waiver and who needs to go over and who needs to pursue the certificates for PACE.
Okay. And Gretchen answered that on there. Okay. Okay, Julie, did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Sorry. I I was trying to take notes. I know that there's people taking notes, but I was also just taking my own notes, and so then I got kind of distracted. Um okay, you can go to the next slide. I think that um we're kind of just to questions. So we can open it up to if anyone has any questions or feedback. Um we can kind of do our best or go over that. So does anyone have any other questions that are on their mind or curiosity? I know it's been a good long day, but people might be getting a little tired.
Brett, I don't know if I'll ask this the right way, so let me know if it makes sense. The people that will have worked, and I know that we're not done with the experience competency like details yet, but basically the people that will have 5 years of experience by August 1st of 2030 will have some sort of pathway to be able to meet an experience competency. Will that experience competency exist for people going forward as well? Or is it just going to be for people that will have had 5 years by 2030? Will there be an experience competency for people that start like next year? If they hit it, if they work for 5 years by 2031 or then by 2032 based on their start date. Has that been discussed? And hopefully that makes sense.
I think it made sense what you said. Tiffany or Susie, do you want to kind of answer this one?
Sure, thanks, Brett. So right now, that decision is not within the scope of the 1648 staff qualifications work group. So as it's written right now, that the 2030 deadline, it also our interpretation is that that is when the experience base option ends. That doesn't mean that future bills can't come up to make that adjustment, but right now we're operating on an assumption that this work group's scope is limited to staff qualifications within the language of 1648, which names this experience-based pathway as being limited to 2030.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you.
Laura?
Will there be any work done around the cost, for reimbursing staff? Because I live in Region 2, which is we get like 50% of the subsidy rates of some other regions. And I'm running into, I have ECAP, so some of my staff are going to school and they aren't going to stay with me when they're done. They're going to probably enter the school district because I can't afford being 95% subsidized to retain them. So is this work group going to look at the turnover it's going to cause? Because a lot of people will just take their 5 years and get out and go work somewhere else. I really think it's going to cause a lot of turnover, and I'm wondering if you guys are looking at that.
Well, I think where you're coming from is really valid. And I think that the goal of the group would be to have conversations that make sense and are meaningful. I mean, we're charged with putting forth recommendations for things that we think we can do. I think, someone it was mentioned a little bit ago in the meeting, but we have certain budget challenges. And so we have to be resourceful, we have to be creative, and we have to kind of do that. So I think that it's fair to continue to have the conversations that we need to have. Um, and I don't know, Tiffany, if you have thoughts, or Susie, you have thoughts on how to approach that.
No, I think you raised some good points, as does the person asking the question. I think we have such a limited amount of time to cover the things that are required of us in the legislation, that we are really sort of focusing on that, on the scope that is determined for us.
Brett and Tiffany, or team here, Lois had a question on her chat, which is, are there no cohort time constraints when they have to finish within a certain period?
I'm sorry, I was trying to respond to a different question. Can you restate that?
Of course, of course. So Lois put on the chat, are there no cohort time constraints when they have to finish within a certain period?
So the way that PACE model was designed is that there are check-ins and interactions that happen with the trainer and the providers who are taking PACE, and that's why it's not asynchronous at this time. The cohorts, I'm not exactly sure how long they last for the training, but it has been shared that if someone were to miss a class and needed an opportunity to make it up, they have within 6 months to join another cohort or another class to make up those missed ones. And that is something that we're hoping will be brought up again during the staff qualifications work group, so that we can really dive into that and see what options there are to support providers in completing PACE in the time that makes sense for their lives. Is that helpful?
So, Susan, if I may clarify, that question was directly to Sandra to ask about her staff. So further down in the chat, I have,
okay, sorry.
What is the average cohort length for each PACE module? Sandra Nelson mentioned that staff like working at their own pace, but aren't there time constraints on how long participants have to complete work?
Thank you, Lois. So Sandy, do you have an answer to that?
My staff has never told me that they had a deadline to do their modules. And so I could go check. Some modules are easier to get through. Some modules, they have to actually go and do stuff in the classroom and then come back and report and things like that. So they take longer. But we just knew that they needed to finish equal before they could start PACE, and they had to do PACE 1 before they could do PACE 2. But nowhere did it ever say you got to do this within 1 year, 2 years, or whatever. Yeah.
That makes sense. And if I may add, sorry, this is Tiffany again, that sort of flexibility is really what we understand our contracted partners are very invested in extending that type of flexibility, because these are people that work closely with the workforce and are fully aware of the challenges and obstacles and barriers of just being in the workforce in 2025. And so we haven't heard of any of our contracted partners not being able to support their training participants in completing PACE if that is their desire. So I appreciate your comment, Sandy, and I think that you might be speaking to sort of this greater phenomenon of our contracted partners really being very invested in the success of participants to the extent of their, ability and power. So Lois, your question, if there are any time constraints, it is a cohort model. So the cohorts move together, but within that intimate group, that group of 15 or so participants, they build relationships through that professional development. And the idea is that the instructor and participants or learners are working together to help further and advance their progress in PACE. There are circumstances where an individual is not able to complete it within that timeline. And in the work group, we are going to be talking about some of the policies that we might be able to recommend so that it allows people to catch up in a separate cohort. So it is, yes, time bound because that is essentially what a cohort model is. But within that cohort, what we've heard from our contracted partners is that they have been successful in supporting flexibility for participants that need it because of life circumstances.
Thank you, Tiffany.
Thank you, Lois.
And then Laura asked, how many providers have finished the PACE program in Washington? Do we have those numbers right now?
I'm trying to look them up from the last meeting, but I don't have them off the top of my head. I'll look them up.
We'll definitely be able to follow up with those numbers in our notes. Yes, Marlene, exactly, our feedback loop.
That's good. And then can you also tell us that when they finish, what's the equivalent of ECE credits? Is it a initial certificate, short? What? Thank you.
Sure. For PACE 1 and 2, the completion is an equivalent to the initial certificate, which is 12 ECE credits.
Okay.
And then if someone completes PACE 1 through 4, that would be the equivalent of the short certificate. So a combined 20 ECE credits. And currently, if somebody finishes PACE 1 and 2 and would like to complete the additional 8 ECE credits at a college, the way that DCYF recognizes that is even if the college does not take PACE right now, if they don't have an articulation to take the PACE is like 12 ECE credits, an individual can take 8 ECE credits, submit that to merit, and DCYF would recognize that as meeting the short certificate.
Okay. Well, if there aren't any more questions,
Right, there's
I
one
think
more.
that's all. Oh,
There's
you
one
saw
more
another?
question. Yeah. Lois wanted to know what the average cost per student for the program, and if you could share the feedback loop and the matriculation rate, that would be fantastic.
Absolutely. Susie, do you know the answer to that, or that's something we can go get?
PACE is free to participants.
Now, PACE is free to participants, but I'm talking about budget-wise for DCYF, not that I know it's free. I'm talking about the cost per student that you have to pay contractors.
I'll defer that to Tiffany.
We are working on that as we speak and hope to have something to present to the work group, but we will also follow up in this feedback loop. So you'll be hearing the earliest Thursday, and the latest will come in this feedback loop.
Thank you all so much for providing that wonderful information and answering all those questions. I just want to take a moment to thank you all for spending this large chunk of your day with us and remind you, if you have not yet, please take the reflection survey, provide us with feedback on the meeting. Our next ELAC meeting and provider supports meeting in 2026. So stay tuned for the finalized list of dates. There's going to be details that will be emailed out to members and posted on the engagement website. Again, thank you all for joining us today. I hope you have a great rest of your day and safe and happy holidays.